1,900 meters of punishing, thin, narrow, unyielding serpentine tarmac goes from sea level right to the top of the punishing Simola Hill in the Western Cape, overlooking the spectacular vistas of Knysna. This test requires the perfect marriage between man and machine, between grunt and finesse, and the power to tame the beast. More than 150 drivers who come to lay claim to 2 titles, seen by tens of millions the world over. This is Classic Car Friday. Hold on to your Perth helmet. Here we go!
Hello everyone and welcome. This is the 2021 edition of Simola Hillclimb, and we look forward to having your company throughout our next 3 days of broadcast. We are just about a run and a half into what is Classic Car Friday. There's been some thrills and spills already, one which looked more serious than what it really was. And we're just about halfway through the second run of the day as far as the classic cars are concerned. Beautifully turned out vehicles, and the 11th edition of this iconic motorsport event here in South Africa is indeed on the way. It is obviously under very strict COVID conditions, and you'll notice that everyone is trying their level best to be safe. And I can tell you that you're going to get from us all day long, because we are right here next to the start line, and there's some incredible things to be seen as we go along. Well, the cars on their way, and as we were saying, there are no less than 70 odd entries for the classic cars. And halfway through the lineup already, as it is beautiful day here in Knysna. Extraordinarily beautiful actually today. Not a cloud in the sky, and it really is phenomenal weather conditions. Temperature started off at 8 degrees this morning, so the road temperature would also be climbing very, very slowly and steadily at this stage. So the hill climb with 1,900 meters of climbing, and then those 8 corners, if you like. 1 or 2 of the drivers won't call them corners as such, but it's going to be fascinating to see exactly how things work out for a lot of these drivers. That's Cobus Brits in car number 40 in the Porsche 3-litre 6-cylinder 911. And going quite nicely in the BP colours. And it looks like that could be Colin Gravenstein up next, car number 27. And that's also well placed at this stage. Of course, they very early on in the day, they're all taking their runs. There's 4 of them as they prepare for the end of the day, and the faster of the cars get whittled down. That is that beautifully turned out Alfa Romeo. The cars, some of them actually running a little out of sequence at this stage due to what was quite a big off earlier today. That's the view from virtually right at the top, and you can see the world-famous heads of Knysna, and a beautiful view it is indeed. So after an absence of more than 2 years, the Simola Hillclimb is back, and the drivers, of course, overjoyed. No spectators, which is a little bit of a dampener, particularly for those spectators who are petrol heads and absolutely adore watching this, and especially this day. This day is magnificent because the Classic Car Friday just attracts so many of the real classic car lovers. That's that classic BMW 325 IS shape making its way up the hill, although that looked like that Beamer may have developed a bit of a problem there. That's car 33, Peter K. Eddy. It's the 2-litre, dating all the way back to 1965. Definitely developed a problem. Our man in the pits, as always, is Colin Hastie, and we'll be chatting to him just a little later on. Pits a bustling affair at the moment. Everyone getting ready for their second pass up the hill. It looks like they're going to be stuck for a little while because that BMW is slowly making its way up the hill now. And Peter K. Eddy not happy with the vehicle. And nor is the Alpha. Also going very slowly up the hill. And unfortunately, as things go, you've got to wait until those cars that are in a spot of bother make their way up. That is one of motorsport's trusted sons in South Africa, Graham Nathan, underway in the BMW. That's the 3.5-litre 6-cylinder car. It sounds healthy. Thank you very much for asking. Very tight line into that first right-hander does Graham take. He's got his workshop where he prepares these vehicles and many others for racing just on the cusp of Kyalami up there in Johannesburg. That's that little Datsun. Beautifully turned out little car. Very powerful as well. Nathan going nicely. Each one of these cars fitted with a transponder, and the moment that it comes off the line, the transponder and its eye picks up just after the start line, and then it's off and running. And Nathan up and over the brow.
We will.
So just before you joined us live, it was very early on in the morning, and there was some excitement already because Richard Hutton in that AC Cobra with a Chevy 383 engine took a spill. We're going to line that up and show that to you in a second or two. It looks like the Shelby Ford is also now out there on the road. Beautifully turned out vehicle, and it's quick and mean looking.
Hello, 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 hello.
Working the line for all it's worth. There's another vehicle that's run into trouble. These classic cars are temperamental, to say the least. They need love and care, and sometimes there's a slightly rude awakening for the engine as the driver gets in and starts revving it and making sure that the engine is warmed up at the right time. Here is a look at that Richard Hutton incident. Unfortunately, that was not the slow-mo. That was a little bit quick. Here we go. There's another look at it. Just took that line. We'll get back to that in a second or two. Back in the pits. back down there in the pits. More of the cars will be lining up, but now there's 2 or 3 vehicles out there that is in a spot of bother. Here we go. They're underway again. The Porsche line 1 on the way. And as that makes its run up the hill, let's join our man in the pits. Colin Hasty is standing by. Colin.
Welcome to the pit lane. Lots of stuff going on this morning. Capri Piranha, absolutely magnificent. James Temple did have an issue with the Cobra. We'll get to him and see what we can talk about it. But it's been a lot of testing, a lot of checking out the grip level as the cars are going off the line. We've seen the fight that we predicted all along. V8 power, gotta love a Galaxy. We'll try and get in here. No, he's a little bit focused. Right, so the fight we were predicting was between Ian Schofield in the Minardi and Franco Scrivanti in the Chevron B26. So far, it's 1-0 to Franco versus the Minardi. Minardi, he's getting used to driving it. The tires were really, really cold, and we'll check it out. Let's talk to our Datsun 240s there. See if we can get in here. Charles, you had a reasonable first run. What are you looking for in this run?
A lot more grip. It was so slippery, and I've got some special Zekanova super soft tires coming. Look on the side.
He's got to go. He's got to go. Porsche 911. This is the IROC replica. He was talking about the level of grip. Earlier this morning, it was really, really cold. The ground has got tar, has got a lot warmer, and the really, really cool temperatures have gone out of the air. We started off with jackets and all sorts of things this morning, but the clothes, it's like a strip show down here, which is absolutely fantastic. The Corvette C1, absolutely magnificent, all in red. Richard, what are you looking for in this run?
If I can get under a minute, I'll be happy. Like 59, 57, there somewhere.
Got some time to make. We've also got to be very careful here. Marshals are like moving up. We don't want to interrupt the queue. I'm going to try and see if we can get Franco Scrivanti and have a quick word with him, but it looks like he's not in the pits. Now, Porsche 917. It's got a 930 turbo motor in it, which is not entirely period correct, but it makes her kind of about the same horsepower as the flat 12. But it's still the emotion of this car. You've got to just absolutely love a 917 Porsche. We've got there's our Corvette. He's looking to go under a minute, and we'll have a look at the times if I can get my timing going. Enzo Kuhn is in the, I'm trying to watch that I don't get run over. These things happen. And let's see if we can get a word with Enzo. He's in the Lola T70. C1 Corvette, V8 power. You have to love it. And through the smoke, Josh Dovey. He was top 10 last year, 10th overall in the little Janetta. It's got a Ford Z-Tech in it. Advertising guy from Joburg. Give you an idea how tiny this car is. It's hip hop. Lots of cool racing cars are really small, and they're smaller in real life. One of the things, again, grip. That's the story of this morning, getting cars tuned in. Lightness equals speed. When this class is done, we've got Rui Campos coming out in the Martini replica Porsche RSR. The sound of the Porsche. Josh gets ready to go. Here comes Rui Campos. Track racing last weekend at Port Elizabeth, East London. And now in a Porsche flat 6. In the exhaust pipe, they've got an oxygen sensor trying to get all the tuning sorted out because they've come from altitude where they've tested the car down to the coast, need to get a whole lot more ignition in it. Right, Skrabanti's getting ready to go. Let's see if we can have a quick word. My timing sucks today. It really, really sucks. We got the guys in their cars already, getting ready to go. Robbie Wall, he's in a Formula Ford. We say a Formula Ford because it really is. It's a Kent engine Formula Ford, so original spec and all of that. Talking to him this morning, he said that he brakes once, downshifts once for the quick left-hander that's under what used to be the bridge. I think it's turn 4. And he was 3rd overall this morning, which was bloody impressive. So we've got Skrabanti, we've got Schofield in the Formula 1. So Chevron plays against Formula 1, and then we've got a Formula Ford 1600. The split of capacities is absolutely magnificent. The concepts of how to deliver speed is mind-blowing, and that thing confirms again Colin Chapman's story of make it light, make it handle, and it'll go. But to hear a 3.5-litre DFL from this Minardi is absolutely mind-blowing. Di, this is her 11th Simola Hillclimb. She's the only person to have done all 11. And this time in a Royal RP74, another Formula Ford original Kent motor in it. Lovely, lovely, lovely. Now we start getting to the nice noisy cars. And these things make little hairs stand up on grown men. They bring a tear to the eye to hear a flat plane V8. This thing, 2 Hayabusa motors together. It is absolutely magnificent. The sound, that's Eddie. This is Eddie's baby. That's Eddie's baby, absolutely magnificent. Now check there, you've got a Chevron, and then you've got a Vospada. And it's got a 4-cylinder motor in it, and it's incongruous to look at the two. But watch this thing, just watch it. Its launch is magnificent. Back in the day, we had Formula GTR racing. Here's a DAW, locally made, locally built, locally developed, Mac Odendaal in the car. Had a reasonable run. Interesting to see how they get the launch right. Skrabanti's launch, they worked hard on it. As he gets going there, the instruction from Marco, the engineer, was to get the clutch onto the stopper, bring it halfway to the bite point, and then release smoothly, and the traction control will take it over. Let's grab Marco here and see what he says. Marco, you were talking about the launch before. Are you happy with the launch? Because that looked bloody good.
No, that's actually not good. In 2016, we did a 0 to 100 of 2.8, so we're still over 3 seconds now. We're running a completely different management system. Now we're running a Motec, so I still got to refine it quite a bit.
The computer man, he's a wizard. He'll get it right. Thanks for chatting.
Cheers, thanks, Colin.
So Marco, we joke with him because he spends so much time on his computer. But that 2.8 0 to 100, they measure everything. They've got proper data logging. Now, let's check this out. This, boys and girls, ladies and animals, brings chills to the bone. 3.5 liters of DFL power. This car is still in its original livery. It's qualified in the front row of the grid. It has a podium finish. He's got sticker tires on it. It blows your brain, this thing. It is absolutely magnificent. We're going to stand here. And you'll see that we call him Handbrake. Greg Canny over here looks after it. It's his car that he looks after, and just the handbrake, the little... All I can say is wow. I wanted to say other words, but apparently there's a filter that you're supposed to use. I'm learning about this filter story. But, oh man, that was so lekker. My ears are sore, I've got chills. Formula One car, up the hill. It is a huge fight between the two of them. We'll try and see if my phone works, because we've got some live timing. So let's see if we can get through the passcode that these people set for us. And now we go to the live timing and see what's happening, because I want to know. Franco Scribanti did a 41.4. Now he should be a little bit disappointed with that. Next is Ian Schofield on a 45.7. So Schofield, he took off about 9 seconds from the first run to the second run. Temperatures, you know, this is just practice. You've got to try and get your eye in. Robbie Walk on a 48. Magnificent. Then Rui Campos in that Martini Porsche. Absolutely love it. Chris Nez, McLaren M10B. John McNichol. For those of you who watched Formula One and Formula 5000 back in the day in South Africa, that was really fantastic. And then Advocate Andre Bezuidenhout. The guy who didn't run was Enzo Kuhn in the Lola T70. Now, Enzo is not the shortest oak in the world. In fact, he's about this high. And the Lola is about this high. And because Enzo is so tall, he had to sit in there, and his head was like cockeyed as he was driving up the hill. Now, it's not so lekker. I mean, I'm barely able to walk like this, but to drive a beast with lots and lots of horsepowers, Chevrolet horsepowers, up the hill with your head tilted is not fun. And we're going to just have a go in here and let's see what we can find. Because Enzo is not around here. He's not. They're busy working on the car. We'll get lucky. We have to get lucky with being able to talk to some guys. Let's see who we can catch. I've only got allowed to go down to number 5 here because our repeater is not working so lekker. Let's see who we can. Rui is not even here. They're coming down the hill because the cars with high ride height come around the back. The low ride height cars, low ground clearance cars, mud into the wall. They come down here from the top because there's no speed bumps, etc., etc., etc. There's Rui Campos right at the back. Let's see the 59 Vet C1. Let's see if Apple will allow me to get into my screen. Let's see what time he did. Number 16, and see if he, I mean, because the plan was to get under a minute. He said to us before he went up the hill. And Richard Evans, he did it, 59.322. Let's go and talk to him, then we'll go and talk to Josh. Let's see if we can get in here. Busy, hectic reversing and all the rest of it, get out of the way, but because it's American, it's got like a power steering. Let's get in there. As he's reversing, he's got his Love V8 full of chrome, full of redness. And they've parked the car, so I'm going to stick my... Richard, you wanted under a minute. You did it.
Thank you.
Are you happy?
I was stuck in the regulator off the line here, so I could have done a bit better.
There's always something better. You'll get it right next time. He says, thank you, Richard. And we'll find Josh Dovey in the little Janetta G4. The lightness. He also did have a very, very good run, and then we'll get hold of Rui Campos. The other guys are coming down the hill. So that is the second practice session that is up. Let's go and have a look. Some of the significant things, the bits and pieces that we enjoy. Here comes the McLaren. Oh man, Chris Nezovich. It is just such a lekker car. As I've forgotten my password to get into my phone. I wonder when Apple will invent some stuff that allows me to get into the thing straight away. So Chris Nezovich, he was 5th and 48. He'll be disappointed with that. That thing should be quicker. It really, really should be quicker. Josh Dovey up to 8th. We'll grab him as he's got out of the car. Let's just go and find him right there. I'm going to just go into the bowels of the pits. He's still in the car. Let's see if we can talk to him. And it's such a squeeze getting out. So we'll have mobile camera later today. Josh, that's a bit of a squeeze.
Yeah, man, it's beautifully.
And you sensing the level of grip with the car? I mean, are you happy with your time?
Yeah, I 32. Bridge has disappeared, which was everybody's like marker, and you could judge your braking on the bridge, and now it's disappeared.
It makes it interesting.
Yeah, so you got to kind of reprogram. Okay, where is it? But look, 2 runs and we'll all be used to it.
Lovely stuff. Thanks for chatting to us, Josh. Lightness wins the day. Craig Wessels in his in the Porsche, and we have to. Where's Rui? I said we were going to talk to Rui Campos. Franco Scribanti's still in the car. They're doing a bit of a quick little debrief there to see what the story is. He's not happy with the launch. They're busy going through the launch. I don't want to stick the microphone in there because I think it's a little bit unfair on their level of privacy and some of the information that they're sharing. So we'll grab him when he gets out of the car. I'm going to get through here and I'm going to talk to Rui Campos. You've just done your run now, Rui. This thing sounds bloody magnificent. Are you happy?
Yes. .47.6. We're ready with final run. So I think we are.
So he says he's worried about the clutch. Clutch on a Porsche, as you know, because you're all super car fans, is not an easy thing to get. Now, I want to go here, Austin 7. And because my memory is so shaky, and Gino in his 750, no, this is not the 750. It is unbelievable. Let's see if we can. Gino, you've had 2 runs. Are you happy?
Yeah, I'm having a bit of problems with the rev counter, but I'm very, very pleased.
So basically you can rev it until it doesn't go anymore.
Yeah, I've got my revs from max 4.5 to max 6, so that's good.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Beginning of racing cars. Absolutely. Like, all right, so we've got one more car to come down, the marshals are telling us. And in the meantime, we'll find Robbie Walk, who's round the back. I will put her mask on for us and have a chat. Di, come out here. The people want to see you. They want to see a legend. We want to see a proper legend who's come across here. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you the only person in the history of the world to have done 11 Simola hill climbs.
Yeah, only a handful of us.
But you here, nobody else is here from the 11th.
No, they are. Fred Phillips, Dave Alexander, they're just lower down in the pit. Rodney Green.
Don't you just love it when you get educated proper, but there's no other woman who's done 11?
No, I think I am the only one.
Royal RP 74?
Yes, it is. It's a 1976 Van Diemen Formula Ford, 1600 cc, naturally aspirated. It's about all I can tell you about it.
Come around here and look at Mweti over there and give the people who are watching a massive smile. Give her a shout out. Das 11. Thank you very much for chatting. Cheers. Off she goes. Renoir. Not quite a Formula One. We just get out of the way over here and see if... Mweti, come with me as we talk to Ian Schofield. Let's see if we can get him. Ian, you managed to bang off a whole lot of time there. The sound, I've still got chills on it. What's it like from inside?
A bit wild over the bumps, to say the least. It's the car's like a bucking bronco up that hill. But the problem with that run is it's a couple hundred yards before, well, a few hundred yards before the finish, it lost fuel pressure. So I just coasted over the line, so I'm not quite sure what's going on yet. Hopefully it's just low on fuel.
The tyres, we still see little marks from the stickers on. Are they getting up to reasonable temperature so you can lean on it?
Yeah, they're coming in. The tyres are working fine. Not a problem. They're not hill climb tyres, they're just ordinary track tyres. Unfortunately, we didn't have a chance to have any, buy hill climb tyres for it. So they're just ordinary track tyres. But yeah, it's all good, all good.
This must be a massive privilege and a huge responsibility for you to have this Minardi, which effectively is it the great-grandfather of Pierre Gasly's AlphaTauri?
I suppose in a way it is, because Minardi became Toro Rosso, which of course became AlphaTauri. And the cars are still run from the same town, same factory in Italy as that car was made and built.
History and the history of the sport. Was it important for you to get chassis number 1 of the 186?
No, it wasn't. It was just one of the things I enjoy, if I can do it possibly, is to have a car that's originally as possible. And that car is identical to how it ran in 1989 in terms of the engine that's in it. It's still got the Minardi gearbox. Everything is as it was. So it's one of the most probably is one of the most original Formula One cars in the world.
It's still got its original paint job.
Original paint job. We didn't paint it. That car was run in 1990 at the Imola Grand Prix. And immediately after that it was retired, and never turned a wheel since till we shook it down earlier this year.
Absolutely special. You sitting where Pierluigi Martini sat.
That's correct, and that car led the US, that very chassis number led the US Grand Prix.
That's quite a bit of history. It's absolutely magnificent to be part of.
Absolutely, yeah. So yeah, no, it wasn't my first choice of Formula One cars, but because I wanted one which had a British champion in. But those are way beyond my reach. So,
if you had a choice of British champion, which one would it be? I'm guessing Red 5?
No. It would be either a Button or a Hill car.
Which would you prefer?
But I'll never own the Button car. So it would have to be a Hill car, which most probably would end up being a Jordan or something like that. Because the other ones at the Williams are far too expensive.
But we all little boys at heart. Absolutely. And we all dream about having our toys.
Absolutely, and I'm still a little boy.
Thank you very much, Ian, and good luck. Still a little boy at heart. I mean, we're all little boys at heart. This is just the size of our toys. Check out Mini Cooper S. Now, the interesting thing with the Cooper S, Chris van der Walt, it's like 1,000 cc's. It is lightness personified. It goes, and he's got a Mini 850, but he's got Austin Mini here with a Morris 850 on it. That's not allowed. I'm hurt. We joke. The fact that he's here going up the hill is magnificent. Who would have thought that birch and plywood would make its way into racing cars? Except for Morgan. They did it. They put it into a racing car. Absolutely. This thing's got a lot of history, which we'll get to. Arnold was telling me about Jag E-types, and he was describing how magnificent Jag E-types are. I don't like them, but that's just me, because I think it's too long here and it has a massive duck's disease. That being, the wheels are inside and the body sticks onto the outside. I mean, if we had lacquer wheel arches, make the wheels wider, it might get me, but that's just my personal choice. For all you Jaguar lovers, this is a proper racing car. 6 cylinders. And you hear the car. Oh, man, it's lovely. Rodney Green. Let's have a quick word. Rodney, what are you looking for out of this run?
Hey, if we can get under 60, this is just magic.
And have you changed the car a bit, or is it going to be in your head?
The same as year 8. Same.
There he goes. He's got to go. Motor racing is all about time. MGB GT. Let's see if we can have a quick word with Chris. Rover Power for the win, Chris.
Absolutely, going for the win this time.
And how much time do you think you can take off?
I need another 4 seconds.
Another 4 seconds. Let's see if he does it. Oh man, the joy of cars. And yes, I'm smiling. I'm the kid in the toy shop. Dave Alexander. Before you go, Dave, Lotus 7, magnificent lightness.
Lotus 6, actually, the 1955. But
my apologies.
But you think after 11 times.
Good luck. Lotus 6. Oh, Lotus 6. I'm deeply embarrassed, and apologies to Colin Chapman. Last night I said that the wheel arches looked a bit not so lacquer. Oh, well, there's one Ferrari here today. 308 GT4. As a kid, I looked at this shape. I didn't like the Magnum 308. I thought it was a little bit too curvy and a little bit iffy. And then this thing came out, and I love the straight lines of Italian sports cars, sort of moving into that era. But Tony did good work there, really, really good work. Moving into that era of, you can see where Lamborghini Countach gets its stuff from, but it's lovely, lovely car. Lotus Europa. Colin Chapman would be so super proud here of all the different cars that he's got here. Callum, what are you looking for in this run?
I'm just trying to get the car started at the moment, sorry.
He's working hard. Get the car started, little push start, little bump, and let's see if they can get it going. Smoke out the exhaust. Something happened. Something happened. Battery flat. Battery flat. Porsche 914. Let's see. Apparently, no, that's definitely flat battery. They're never going to get that thing started. Not even with a push. So the 914, which some Porsche lovers don't like because they don't think it's a proper Porsche. What you looking for in this run?
Just hopefully to get a better time and get my corner speed up. I'm just learning the track, so hopefully get my better times up, yeah.
You had a brilliant launch on your last run. You've got that part taped.
Yeah, thank you. I've been practicing a lot at home trying to get my starts good.
Awesome. You've got to focus now. Thanks for chatting.
Yes, thank you.
Off she goes. Porsche 914. I'm having so much fun here today. I feel like a little boy in a toy shop, and I could do this all day long if you can work with me on that. We had one of the Cobras this morning went off and made huge bits of mess of fiberglass all over the place. So while we're busy talking about things and people, Stian Creel just moseys into... You moseyed into the house a little quietly there, Stian?
Yeah, had a lekker sleeping late session this morning, and now we're coming to see the cars. It's quite cool, eh?
Because you're taking your Cobra up here tomorrow.
Yes, tomorrow only, so luckily they can put some rubber down and clean the track for us.
Nice one there. So Nadia Fulyun, you got to check this lady out. On this little car, just she's blonde. She's got manicured nails, but she built it herself. You just check her makeup. There's lipstick and all sorts of stuff here. She's partnership with Corbett Fulyun in Vatswaye, who are particularly not... Cooper S. 1275, 2.5 inch SUs on that particular one. I think it's got a 731 cam in it. Paul Clark, just for your sake, Nadia had she was hoping not to be last in the previous two runs. She's not last. Nothing beats supercharged CCs. It's a rude AF, but it's lacquer. I mean, very nice. And it smokes tires, and it's starting to get to the sharp end of the field. And to stand here and just feel the earth move. They say to you, did the earth move for you? It did. In fact, with the power of that thing, it increased the rotation. How about that? Imagine, go back to 1967. Bruce McLaren wants to sell racing cars to the American market. Listen to this. Mr. Nez at his finest. This thing's all about a launch. And we'll talk a little bit about where the timing starts on that just now. In this Porker 914, 1924 is the oldest driver here today. Jeff Mortimer, 85 years old, previous king of the hill. You will have remembered his yellow Mitsubishi Evo. The guy is talented deluxe, delicate of note. Become an absolute connoisseur of red wine. Single-handedly is responsible for the rising prices of red wine and the scarcity of good red in South Africa. The man is a legend, Jeff Mortimer, a true gentleman and a proper driver. Fiat 124 Coupe, I don't know, it's a Fiat, it's lekker, it's Italian. Your Honda brain. Now, if anything stinks that you've got around, like stinky stuff, Odor Cure will take all the odors out, because your Honda brain, let's have a quick word. Johan, what do you want out of this run?
I just need to get to learn the track a bit better and get some more speed.
Go for it, cause a stink. Orange, always good for a racing car. Because Gunston, and we're going to run a competition for my hat. I think our Fiat with the smoke on the track, I think it's got a misfire. So we're going to run I will give my hat away to anybody who can respond to me somehow, find my number, and tell me what it is so special about the Gunston logo on Franco Scribanti's car. There's something that is magical. It is magnificent. And it's about this close to being real. It's very, very close to being properly real. It is magic. Lotus, you know that thing, he got it started. They found the battery. It's got a Renault gearbox and stuff, and Healy sprites. There's focus here. I don't want to talk. I'm too close to them starting here. Colin is properly focused on here. So maybe if I can come down here, there's Rui again. And he's with, is he with, no he's not, it's not Jeff Goddard. We'll find him here. So the big brother of Jeff's car is this 944 Turbo Porsche. Turbo Cup car. They were lekker in the day. Had all sorts of unimaginable problems with gearboxes. And if you talk to any of the drivers who raced in Porsche Super Cup, they will tell you about some of who got an upside down car. Let's see if we can have a look at the pictures of it. Arnie, take it away.
Well, that is dramatic. We missed that, unfortunately, while we were there with Colin Hastie in the pits. And we'll try and see if we can discover exactly what happened there. But that looks like a serious one. That's Callum Price in that Lotus in the Renault. And that is on its roof there on the turn. Here's another look at it as we try and spot what exactly went wrong. Took the left-hander quite nicely, looked, he lost it just there and started losing it completely. Up on the left-hand side of the hill, and that flipped the car over onto its roof, and quite a long skid as well. So dramatic there. It looks like he's okay, but Callum Price, they're in a spot of bother. That just lost its shape horribly, and then he tilted it over onto the felt on the left-hand side of that turn, going into the left-hander, and that tilted it back onto its roof. Quite a long skid. Here's another look at it now as he goes into that left-hander, and not a bad line at all, but here is there. It looks like there's a brake lock there of sorts. The car gets horribly out of shape, goes off, and that angle on the hill tilts it, and off we go onto the other side of the road, and a horrible skid. That car is such a beautiful example of the Lotus and the 1.2 4-litre 1969 model. That's not nice to see. We've got the emergency services there. So our second big spill here on Classic Car Friday. So that car on its roof at the moment, the emergency personnel are there and making sure that everything is indeed okay. So unfortunately, that is not what you want to see, because our first spill today, luckily no injury. We're not sure exactly what the situation is there with injury. We'll keep you updated as we go along. But this will be a lengthy stop, I have no doubt about that here, as the debris is cleared up and we check on Callum Price to make sure that he's going to be okay. We're going to take you out to show you more of those pictures in a second or two, the moment that we are able to do so. In the meantime, I know that Colin will also try and get a little bit of information for you to find out precisely what the scenario is. The 11th edition of the Knysna Speed Festival and the Simola Hillclimb. What an honor it is to be back here and racing, even if it is under very strict COVID conditions. And at this stage, we're doing our level best to get you all that information as quickly as we possibly can. So that was just about halfway through the climb for Classic Car Friday and the fourth run. Unfortunately, at this stage, not much information. We'd like to take you out there as soon as we possibly can and show you how the cleaning up operation goes as well at the same time. But it is not nice to see that kind of thing so early on as well. Luckily, I don't think it looked like there could have been serious damage to a person. Unfortunately, serious damage to machine, that is definitely so. And also just tell you that if we go back to the 2019 figures, as far as the media is concerned, more than 10 million views around the globe on all sorts of media, and that is right throughout our live telecasts that went on live streaming, watched over and over and over, all over the world. And it is phenomenal to again have your company. Do spread the word for us. We have some American visitors who are racing with us in the next few days too. And again, drivers from right around the globe who have joined us. Hopefully, you will be able to, wherever you are, get your motor racing friends to also tune in and watch us coming to you live from one of the most beautiful parts of South Africa here on the Garden Route. And if you have never wanted to visit Knysna before, we're going to try and whet your appetite and show you what Knysna looks like. It is a beautiful part of the world here in the Western Cape, the gateway to some of the most wonderful things that you can do as well right here in Knysna.
We got a whole lot more people to talk to, Quibus. It's not so lacquer waiting while, you know, knowing that somebody's gone off. How do you handle it?
No, you don't want to hear that. Some special cars here, and you don't want people to get injured.
I'm hearing that he seems to be okay, so at least the people is okay.
That's good news.
That's one of the risks, you know, running these cars that are so special. You never want to really hurt them.
No, that's the thing. They can't replace them easily.
But you also want to go fast.
True. That's the fun part of it.
Yeah. And how? You got to refocus now and put what happened before out of your mind. How do you actually do that?
You just focus to keep the car on the black stuff. Don't think about it.
Have you made much changes to the car since your first run?
No, nothing.
It's all driver's head and...
No, that's all. That's all. Nothing to change.
Good luck and thanks for chatting.
Thank you.
Right, let's go and talk to one of our female competitors. We love female drivers because we can. Michelle, Porsche 944 Turbo, great racing car.
Stunning racing car, well balanced, evenly weighted, front engine, so it doesn't have that twitchy 911 that can go loose on you. Super car, and I'm really enjoying driving it. Thank you.
And have you made changes to the car since the first run?
Not at all, and I think that's part of the problem. I need to take out the air conditioner, I need to take out the door cards, I need to lose some weight, as they say in the classics. And currently she is a stock standard road car with a roll cage in. I haven't done anything to her, and I think after this particular episode of the Simola Hillclimb, I'm going to lose some weight.
How? I mean, that bit, we all start with something that is standard, and then got to modify, must go faster, the need for speed.
I think the interesting thing is it's not so much the need for speed, it's the performance. It's knowing that the car has capacity and capability to do more. And I think that's what actually grabs people. I don't want to fall into the trap of doing too much and, you know, over boosting and over dynoing and stuff like that. But I do feel that, I mean, she's still, as you can see, she's got this heavy dashboard, she's got her air conditioning in, and she's a race car. I'm never really going to put her on the road as a proper road going car. So I reckon I am going down that slippery slope. So yeah.
Once it starts. But aircons in racing cars, I've always been a great fan of them, particularly in endurance races. But
I've never used it, to be brutally honest, because I do pre-80, pre-90, which is really only 10 laps. And I do think it makes a difference in terms of the performance. So I haven't used the aircon at all, but the actual unit is still in the car.
Well, take it out. Get the lightness in the car.
I fully agree with you on that count.
Thanks for chatting. Focus on your job.
I know, exactly. Get a better start and get up in under a minute, man.
That's the cue for that's the watchword. Under a minute. Want to go faster, get the better start. And we'll come up there and we'll show you just now about we've got 5 minutes to go. The guys are just telling us as we go. Yeah. The start on this hill is so important because it sets everything up for, depending on how fast you are. If you're in a real fast car like this sharp end of the field here, there's 8 corners. If you're in some of the slower cars like a 1927 or what, it will end up being 1 corner. But the hill is really steep, 195 meters from the bottom to the top, over 1,950. For those mathematicians amongst you, you can work out what the average gradient is. But coming out of the right-hander, which technically is turn 2, going up the hill to where one of our vans is parked, where the bridge used to be, it's bloody steep. Guys, we were watching them yesterday try and ride their bicycles up there. It was quite interesting. That is the argument for having an electric bike, an electric assist bike. I want to talk over here to Dave about David.
Yes, sir.
This car. The questions were being asked. Is it a genuine Gordini?
Yes, it is. It is Mossy Mostard's old vehicle that he used to race in the 70s. And after that it stood for about 20 years, odd years, in Stateville on a farm. and I was lucky to could have. Then I bought it from him.
Genuine Renault R8 Gordini, beautiful.
Yeah, he was head of Renault many years ago that time, and he bought the very first Renault Gordini that came off the out of the factory, and he still got that. Unfortunately, he passed away about 2 months ago. But this was his hill climb car. He used to race at Paul. There used to be a hill climb there, and as far as I know, I think he did a 9-hour with it, and he did some rallying as well with this vehicle.
So there you have, for those of you who are asking, Paul, it actually is a real, genuine car. Now, let's get down to the driving of it. And what are you looking for in this next run of yours? Where do you think you can go a bit quicker?
Well, all the way. I'm still learning. It's my very first time here. So I'm battling a bit with the gears. I've slipped a few gears, but every time it's a bit better, every run so far. And I'm not pushing it too hard. You know, I haven't, we're sorting out a lot of teething problems still. So this is basically the first time out with it. I haven't had it, I did very little riding with it basically.
Yeah. Well, good luck and look after it.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate it.
So it is real. It's, you know, it's such a privilege, even just to be able to touch these things, be around them, and just see lacquer cars, Porsches, and you go through the history of them, and this flat, the mudguard, and then the hips, because Porkers have to have hips. The signature tune, this signature mark with the, they've all gone wider. I mean, you look at this thing and you look at a modern 912, 911, because Porsche numbers, stupid. They've all got this thing here, and it's just wider and fatter and stronger and lacquerer. It's absolutely magnificent. We have across the way here, we've got Franco, and let's see if Franco can put a mask on, then we can talk to Franco. He's coming to have a bit of a chat. This is live on the, at the moment we're live on the Facebook channel and on the YouTube, and later on it's going on to SABC Sport.
Which is what channel?
So I don't know, but can we get back to, there's a camera. Franco, let's talk about your run.
What would you like to know, Colin?
The launch, that you were working on between the stopper and the bite point. You seem to get it reasonable there. It looked bloody good. Marco says it wasn't so good.
Yeah, look, for Marco, it's never good till it's perfect, but I mean, we're nearly there. I'd say we're 95, but as the rubber goes down, it's going to be continually changing, so you also got to be careful you don't chase your tail here, you know. A little bit more run, I think after lunch, you'll start to get it within 1%, you know.
And nice to see Suzuki on board.
Yes, so they're one of our new sponsors, so we're very happy. Hopefully they power us to first place today.
With your two Hayabusas welded together.
The two welded together Hayabusas, yes, that's right.
The knife fight, the gunfight between you and Ian is going to be hell of a interesting with, I think it's 2-0 to you at the moment with your car versus the Minardi.
Yeah, look, I mean, it's early days. You'll see where the trailers are starting to come. Maybe one run before the class finals. If you're not on it by then, you're not going to be on it.
Yeah. So this is all play yourself in, blow out the cobwebs. It's been 2 and a bit years since we've been here, and you seem to have got rid of a lot of those cobwebs. And the people were saying, where's the rest of you? Because you like lean and mean and fit as a robber's dog at the moment.
I'm over 50 now, Colin, as you know. After 50, you've got to look after yourself, otherwise...
It's downhill all the way.
It's downhill all the way. And
Franco...
uphill all the way, too.
Wait until you get to 60.
Yeah, I'll have to be even thinner.
But we love the livery, the orange on the car. And we ran a competition about the Gunston logo on it. And it was hell of a interesting, very, very quickly. We do have a winner of my hat that I'm giving away. And it was a lady who worked it out. She said there's a T missing in the Gunston.
No, there is a... The G has been...
Watch, there's a T missing. He knows it. He knows it because look at that logo. It's close, properly close, but definitely there's a T missing. I'm going to go and explain it to him. Sorry, I couldn't stop myself. They're getting going because the sound of cars and petrol, I think they're going to move out because we've got a breaker truck coming down. But we've got more interviews. We always have an interview because the tallest racing driver in the world is Enzo Kuhn. Enzo, please bring your mask and come and talk to us. You know him, the Kuhn family, famous rally drivers of note. Enzo himself, champion rally driver, the tallest guy up the hill here.
Definitely the tallest, but not the fastest yet. I've only had one run up here. I must say it's great to have my racing overall on again.
It's great to see you squeeze yourself into a car, and it really is a squeeze.
It is a squeeze. Yeah, no, it's a car from a friend of mine, beautiful car. So I've just had one small run, and we've got a couple of niggling things on the car to sort out. I'm looking forward to doing a good time just now.
We know you as not somebody who hangs back. We've seen Enzo Kuhn on the limit. That's where your happy space is.
That's what I like to be at. Yeah, no, so we'll push as soon as we get the thing going. It's lost oil pressure, so I was going slow up the hill. But the car's got potential. Feels really fast, but too fast for me. I haven't been in a car for a while.
One thing we spoke about earlier when seeing you at the start line there was because you're so tall and the car wasn't built for oaks like you, you sit with your head like sideways. You get a
up on that.
You get a crick in the neck.
I'm trying to modify the door to stay open a little bit so I can, not. It's difficult driving like that, and at speed, the vibrations come through a helmet, and you lose vision. So it's quite a challenge to get in there. We actually took out the entire seat and just molded like a piece of rubber at the bottom. So I'm sitting with my buttocks about 1 inch off the tarmac.
You don't want to go over a rock in the road or a stake or something like that. That'll be a pain somewhere.
You're pretty exposed there.
Thanks for chatting, Enzo, and good luck. So he's got to get that car fixed, and new tyres been thrown onto the car. Mac Odendahl, brand new Avons. Let's see how. I mean, he's got the special compound. The sticky stuff is coming. So McLaren M10, we heard the sounds of it. It's just chilling, spine tingling. So he's not here at the moment, Mac is, but they've got the proper sticky stuff. If you put your nail in it, still makes indentations on the Formula GTR. And the idea is, in the practice run, try and get things sorted out. Stuart Thompson, he of WCT Engineering. Stuart, how is your car going that you're looking after, or are you just spectating today?
No, I'm here to assist, Colin, but I can't answer that question because I've only just arrived. I think both Ian and Rob went quite well in their first 2 runs, so see how it pans out over the course of the day.
Now, you're a history buff, and it's quite special to see Pierluigi Martini's car as it was back in the day.
Absolutely, and I think, Greg has restored it for Ian absolutely accurately. I think it's the original paint, some of the original decals, it's absolutely as it was, so it's quite a treat.
And I mean, looking at that Royale of Dyer, again, do you love these cars, don't you?
Yeah, that's a Van Diemen, not a Royale. But
it's a RP74.
Yes.
It's a Van Diemen. Thank you for correcting me, Stuart. That's what I love so much about you. You teach me, because I know next to nothing. I'm like a kid in a toy shop.
Well, I think that's an apt description. What a wonderful place, isn't it?
And even talking to Ian, you've got a guy he said, I'm like a kid with toys.
Yeah, absolutely, and what a treat.
Yeah. And tomorrow, you've got interest in the King of the Hill?
Yeah, I mean, tomorrow I guess it gets a bit more serious for everyone, and it's been a bit of a last-minute thing for Rob and his A1 GP car, so be quite exciting. There's still a bit of work to do on the car, but we're certainly hoping that we can get it sorted and have a go over Saturday and Sunday.
Now, Rob runs in your GTC car, and you rate him very highly.
I think he's one of the very best, Colin.
And he's got kind of got the temperament to deliver, because you haven't got practice laps here. When it gets down to the top 10 shootout, it's the fastest 40 seconds of your life.
Yeah, for sure. But then, you know, I guess all the main players, you know, fall into that same category. So all the guys who are really having a go are current racers, and they're well equipped for that sort of pressure.
It's absolutely magnificent to be here. Stuart, we'll talk to you through the weekend. Thanks for sharing some time with us.
My pleasure, Colin. Look forward to it.
Cheers. Great man, great engineer, runs WCT Engineering. They make really, really good stuff. They can make anything that you want, and they run racing cars. We're going to come down the Lola. They're still busy working on its oil pressure, and I'm not sure I've got... The Lola's fixed, and what did you discover on the Lola?
We discovered that it threw an oil belt off. One of the, the dry sump pump belts went and threw it off. And
so you threw it back on?
We threw it back on. Exactly.
Excellent. And
we happen to have a spare, unusually, which is a good thing.
And now you're hoping that it's got pressure.
And Enzo is a bit tall for the car, so we're trying to modify the door so that his head doesn't hit the roof anymore. That's our biggest problem. That's our biggest problem right now.
As in life, every inch counts. We lifted it.
That's what she said.
You asked me on my previous run what I was looking for out of my second run, and the thing was hot girls in Lycra was what I was looking for. But
hot girls in Lycra?
Yes, that's what we were after. But what I said at the time was, a bit more grip, but I didn't mean that. I meant hot girls in Lycra, actually.
Sometimes, it's unfortunately we have this filter that comes down.
I see. Okay.
And it gets really close. It's like this close when you...
what comes out first? What you splurt out. Okay.
I have an upgrade on my filter module.
In your job, you need the upgrade.
And it did work. Thank you so much for sharing, because, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls and little furry animals, we are back to action on the track. And Arnie, in the booth, hopefully, is ready to take us up the hill.
And this is quality one now. This is practice over. This is the real thing. This is no more messing around.
This is qualifying. This is the real deal. What's the one with McCoy?
The real McCoy. That's the one. That's well done. But I've got my filter firmly back in place again. I'm being careful as to what I say.
Awesome. Thanks for chatting to us. So, in the booth, Arnie Geertz, my
Colin being Colin. That is really good to hear, and good work, Cole. Really appreciate it. I'm glad that whatever he was going to say there, the audio oaks stopped him so that we couldn't hear it. My in-studio guest is from Cars.co.za, Chero de Sierra. Chero, thank you for your time. Really nice to have you with us. You're a man that's raced here, and you haven't missed any of these in all 11 years. You've been doing your media work here as well. Great to have it back, isn't it?
An absolute privilege to be here. Thank you so much. This is one of my favorite events of the year, in any industry, in any field. And as you say, I've been to every single one, and I've had the privilege of racing here as well. And to now sit in the commentary booth is a great honor. So thank you very, very much. And I'm just so happy that Ian, yourself, and the team have managed to pull it off under such trying conditions that we've experienced in the country over the last while.
It is trying, and somehow I'd love to hear from the drivers down there, but you'd probably give us a very interesting perspective on it too, because you raced a Jaguar up here 3 years ago now. The lack of spectators. What do you think that does or doesn't do, conversely?
I think we do have to be realistic. The spectators do add a pretty incredible vibe to the show and to the event. I mean, I think the numbers in 2019 were north of 17,000 people,
yeah.
Which I think makes it the best attended motorsport event on the entire calendar. Yeah. So it's a well-supported event, and I think that the contenders and the competitors, and certainly us as the media, we will miss the spectators this year, and that's why we've gone through such great lengths to make sure that everyone at home can watch. So we're carrying the live stream. SABC3 is here, ENCA is here. It's going out on Facebook as well, and we just want to make it as accessible as possible for everyone.
Do you think it affects performance?
It's a strange thing, Have you watched a football game recently?
Yeah.
There's just no one there.
It surely must. I don't know if it does it for drivers or not. I assume with the bigger events, quite possibly here, you have spectators at the start and perhaps a few at the finish line. But I do wonder if it does something to the adrenaline for the drivers.
Yes, that is the exact word I was about to use. You know, when you're sort of cruising up to that start line and you get through the burnout zone, and I was in an all-wheel drive car, so burnouts weren't an option, unfortunately. But you see that crowd around you, and it definitely gives you that little spike of adrenaline and gets you very focused.
No, one understands that, and I think even with a live rugby game or whatever the case may be, there's a certain amount of, I want to call it oomph, that's not there somehow. And I don't know how guys and girls get up and play performance sports like that, team sports in particular, in front of an empty stadium. It must be horrible.
Well, Bono from U2 said a funny thing. He said he's jealous of people who don't need to feel a natural high by hearing 90,000 people scream their name. And I wonder if football players are like that, and rugby players and baseball players and all the rest of it. And I think maybe for race car drivers, you've got that helmet on, you're deep in the car, the engine is obviously overpowering the noise. So I don't think they necessarily hear the crowd, but you probably feel it. You know, humans react to humans, and if you're surrounded by humans, you feel that energy. So, yeah.
Let's go live out to the track. They're off and running, and now it's qualifying. This is, as Colin was saying, the real deal, the real McCoy, and it's going to be interesting to see how things pan out now, because this is as it happens. So Gino Nolly was out there in the Austin, and the Jaguar is going as well.
I've just also got word from a friend who's helping run the Lotus that the driver's all okay. So
good news. Okay, so news then that Callum Price is indeed 100%. We're very pleased after that Lotus ended up being parked on its roof. And now we'll see the real deal, because practice is over. It's all said and done. And now it is qualification.
Mic test.
And off and racing.
So if you're listening at home, we're situated right next to the start line in a shipping container, which gets dropped here for the race. We're upstairs on shipping container 2, and we can actually feel the vibration of the cars as they launch past us. It's a wonderful, wonderful feeling. There's not only
speaker 1, test,
but just these cars are high-performance beasts, and the vibrations that they give off are quite incredible.
In fact, you can feel it right through the desk, right through the microphone stand, and right through the seat of your chair. So no, it's a little bit like being inside it at times. And of course, tomorrow there's some even more vicious sounding vehicles altogether, and it is scary once they get going. There's that lovely shot at the top of the hill that just gives you a glimpse of the Knysna heads, and the 8 corners up ahead for these guys and girls as they make their way up the hill. That's competitor number 65. That's Brian Bruce in the Jaguar 3.8, the D-type.
Brian, quite a prolific collector of cars, also based out here near the Knysna area, and he's actually, well, the other car, the car that rolled was actually his as well, unfortunately.
Right.
So they're one car down, but this beautiful Jag going up the hill. Look at that, what a stunning car that is.
Beautifully turned out, and the wonderful thing about this is you look at that suspension on it. It's actually quite high for a sports car, but you can see how every little bump in the road is exaggerated by that suspension.
Yeah, I mean, I went up here in a road car, so I didn't feel the bumps as much. But, you know, in some of these cars that they refer to as the flatties, I mean, you know, you hit a pencil in one of those cars and you know about it, you know. So they will feel the road. It's not an absolutely perfect road surface. And in cars like the F1 car, it is challenging. It does sort of push the car around a bit.
Well, if you go over a 50-cent piece, you'll know whether it's heads or tails with those low-slung cars. I mean, it feels like it, and it certainly is very much like that. Car number 64, that belongs to Frederick Phillips in the Morgan. That's the Ford 1.7 litre engine, but it really, really shifts. Was watching that earlier today as it left the line, and it's got magnificent acceleration.
That's very. I always feel that the guys in the open top cars are particularly brave, I think. Obviously the right roll hoops and everything, and everyone is wearing the right safety gear. But driving an open-top car like that is also a very visceral experience, and I'm sure these guys wouldn't trade it for the world. It's an incredible experience pushing an open-top car up the hill like that.
Especially on a day like today.
Yes.
It is picture perfect.
Stunning
out there today.
weather.
It is just gorgeous. It's going to edge its way up to about 22 or 23 degrees, they're saying. But at this stage, nary a little breath of wind up at the top there, but that's about it.
I must also give kudos to you and the live stream team as well. I actually chatted to Henk, who's running the live stream, and I said to him, Henk, how many cameras up on the hill today? And he said, I don't know. He said, we stopped counting at 15. So incredible live coverage. This must be one of the best live streams that I've seen on a South African motorsports event. Well done, guys.
Well, 2 years ago, we were very proud to say to people that we had more than 10 million views right around the globe. It is off the scale, which shows you how incredible the live view was, and also with the production and what it meant. So many people visit afterwards, and that's something that people forget about a live stream. You've got the live stream, fair enough, but it's the visits that you get afterwards that leave a lasting impression.
And I think the hill climb format is, first of all, it's just such an enjoyable format to watch, and secondly, it's a format that I think a lot of people understand. So there's not too much, you know, I think for some people say that the idea of Formula One can be a bit daunting because there's so many rules and regulations, and this can't happen if that happens, etc. Hill climb is off you go as fast as you can up the hill. The guy who does it the fastest, or the lady who does it the fastest, wins the end.
Simple as that.
Yeah.
Simple as that. That, by the way, is Christopher Champion, the aptly named Christopher Champion, in the MG with that Rover V8 engine in it. That's a 3.5 litre 8-cylinder engine. It is a beautiful little car as well, and I love the British Racing green on it.
I think a big part of the performance on the hill, or the ability to get up the hill really quickly, is power to weight ratio.
Yeah.
So some of these cars, I mean, they have less power than say a Polo GTI, you know, for instance. But a Polo GTI weighs 1.3 tons, whereas some of these cars weigh 500 kilograms. So for instance, your Formula GTI that's racing here today, that weighs 450 kilograms. It's got a Volkswagen motor in it, and because it is so light, it's able to get up the hill so quickly.
It is incredible if you consider that power to weight ratio, and that's really, as you say, that's one of the big features. And then of course being able to work out lines here, I think, are very important. You've got to take the right racing line, and then your gear ratios and how you really work the gears and the clutch, because off the line you could lose yourself 2 or 3 seconds like this if you don't do that correctly.
You know, the trickiest corner is turn 3 for me. Left-hander, there's usually a pedestrian bridge there. That corner is blind. So your braking zone, you can sight your braking zone. As you come off the brakes, you pitch the car in left. You cannot see the exit of the corner. So mid-corner, you're just sort of like, well, I hope I'm okay here, you know. I hope I'm shrugged off enough speed so I don't understeer into the bushes. And that is a terrifying corner, that, you know. So kudos to the guys for hitting that corner at top speed, because they really carry speed through there. And if you get it wrong, you know, we're talking about hundreds, thousands of a second here to win this competition.
Yeah. And it is literally hundreds of thousands of milliseconds, and that's what it was 2 years ago when Andre Besaidnout came through, and the temperatures weren't ideal. Today the temperatures are now easing up, but here these cars are not in the same type of time frame as what those are, the big bangers from tomorrow. But still, you've got to consider that these cars were also not exactly manufactured for this.
No, and we heard that and we felt that.
Yeah, there we go. We're off and racing. If you're not yet sure, this is the Simola Hillclimb. And this, again, one of those big bangers that makes a huge noise as well. Car number 52, Clayton Kimber in the Cobra. That's the Ford Coyote. 5 litre 8 cylinders in there, and I promise you he's got all those horses going in the right direction at this stage. Let's hope he keeps them right there.
That, you know, that's the thing, keeping the car pointing in the right direction. I mean, modern cars are immensely powerful, but you've got a whole suite of electronic aids keeping you on the tarmac, whereas these guys out here, these guys and girls, have absolutely nothing in the form of electronic aids keeping them on the straight and narrow.
It's raw power that you actually have to, Colin and I both said it beautifully, I think earlier in the day, it's a matter of taming the beast.
Yeah.
Because there's very little here that wants to keep you on the road. In fact, the car wants to do its own thing.
Yes. If it had a choice of, probably go farming. So
the bucking bronco, yeah. Yeah.
Nice to see the safety car there. It's a modern Ford Mustang as the 1960s Ford Mustang goes up the hill next to it.
Did you see when it let out that the transformation into third gear and there was those two big puffs of black smoke by either side? There we go, there's more of it. Oh my word, this is just fantastic to see, because this thing just looks like a street dog ready to fight, doesn't it?
Stunning car, and the thing is, Brave pushing it up here. The thing is, these Mustangs, these 60s Mustangs in particular, their values are climbing like crazy. I mean, a bad one will cost you R1 million. Something in that condition, prepped to that spec, that's you need to win the lottery, I think, to get.
Very much so. Maybe once or twice.
Really beautiful car, very nostalgic for me. My dad had one actually.
Oh, lovely.
Grew up with one of those, yeah. Here's the Formula 5000. Listen to that, what a noise.
Oh, that is just phenomenal. So this takes me back to my boyhood days. This vehicle dates from 1967. It's it's an incredible looking vehicle as well, and just takes me back to the days of John Surtees and Dave Charlton and Denny Hume and Carlos Reutemann, and that look of car. Very few young people will see this and understand just how absolutely classic this is.
One of the big changes to the course this year, and you'll see them in the pictures on the inside of the corner on the apex, are these orange bollards. Now, I've been told that that's to protect degradation of the edge of the tar, because what would happen apparently is the racers would obviously tend to cut the corner a bit and start to chew up the edge of the tarmac. So those orange bollards, when I drove up to do a bit of a sighting lap yesterday on the track, I have a feeling, I mean, I'm no expert on this, but I do have a feeling that it is actually going to slow the guys down a little bit this year, because you don't want to hit one. So, previously you'd cut that corner and maybe gain a thousandth of a second, whereas here you're a little bit off, and what that does is it creates a little bit of extra distance for the car to travel.
Yep.
And that increases your time.
Of course.
Yeah.
Yeah, we had them in 2019. They are these what the kids swim with in the pool.
Oh, okay.
With they to make sure that the guys don't actually, like you say, degrade the corners too much. But it's also to make sure that they keep it on the tarmac. Oh, sideways, Sarl. Yeah, definitely. Did think of that for a second. That tail wanted to go in the Porsche. It
Well
did
controlled.
want to leave. It was.
Sure, he got hold of that.
He's flying nicely.
And he's still going.
Flying nicely. He's really going well at this stage. This is a good run. Look at that. He's using the weight of the vehicle beautifully inside and out and making sure that he gets his pitch completely right. That was gorgeously done.
That was some heroic driving, because when he came out of turn 3, that scary corner I was mentioning earlier, he actually had a full dose of understeer, which he managed to get hold of. That switched into oversteer, which he also managed to get hold of, thank goodness. And then he just kept pushing up the hill like an absolute champion. So good driving there.
Well, we told you, our dear viewers, that the cars fight you. It wants to have its own way, not you have your way with it.
You're dealing with so much inertia here, so much momentum, and even though you are climbing the hill and you're fighting gravity, I mean, if I'm not mistaken, the winning car has an average speed of 200 kilometers an hour up the hill, north of 200. So, and when you start at 0 and you average 200 over 1.9 Ks, those are phenomenal speeds.
Oh, and also, again, I make the point, you've got to keep it going in the right direction. And you were saying you lose half a second here or half a second there. You cannot afford to do that if you want to win this thing. You have to be absolutely spot on right into each one, into the entrance of the corners and out of on the apex. You've got to be spot on right.
I think that is what makes hill climb so special, is that for instance, in a Formula 1 race, you're covering 300 kilometers. If you get one corner wrong, you'll make it up on the next lap, not the end of the world. But here, your start has to be perfect. Corner 1 perfect, corner 2 perfect. Every single line you have to hit on the way up, every single braking point you have to hit. Otherwise, you're just not going to win the competition.
Yep, totally. That beautifully turned out Alpha is also now up and running. It's a dark blue. It's a beautiful looking vehicle. And let's look at the lines that are taken here. Car number 34, and that is Ashley Board in the Alpha 2-litre 4-cylinder GT Junior.
What a lovely thing. Sure. Also appreciating quite nicely if you can get hold of one. I think that's a good modern classic, that. Those are going to go the right way.
Dates back to 1965. Have you ever?
Goodness me. I won't reveal my age then.
Well, I was 3.
Yeah. That car could be my dad.
Yeah, absolutely. And you'd be good looking then, you know, and you'd be...
Well, I am half Italian.
I was just going to say, with your surname, you must be half Italian, so you're halfway there, isn't it?
It's yeah, the right genes, definitely. And doing a great job up the hill here. Definitely not one of the... Although I think this is probably a bit of an aborted run. He does look like he's
does look like it.
Particularly slowly. So hopefully no mechanical damage or anything untoward.
Yeah, I think he tapped off there. Something wasn't right. May have missed a gear or slipped a gear or whatever the case may be. Unfortunately.
That's the thing. I suppose you got to make the call. You have limited options to fix the car.
Yeah.
So rather don't break it, and rather and I think there's probably yellow flags out because this competitor is also I think tapped off quite significantly.
Looks like it. That's Peter K. Eddy in his BMW, which dates all the way back to 1965.
Also a lovely thing there. And I hear the engines going outside, so people are burning out.
There we go. This is Graham Nathan in that big banger, the 3.5-litre 6-cylinder 1972 BMW E9. Oh boy, look at that. The mist has descended on Knysna. And Nathan is off and running.
Seems we're back up to racing here after 2 aborted runs, so no issues on the course, which is good.
Let's look at Graham's lines here. Takes it quite wide there and then in and through. Oh, he clipped some dirt there. There you go.
Yeah, my good colleague Ashley Oldfield, who competed as a Nissan Works driver, you know, when he does filming for us and he needs to get the best out of the car, he says to me, okay, on the next lap I'm going to take some dirt. And that's when he knows.
Then you know.
He's pushing.
Take some dirt, eh? Really tight through there. Oh, lost it a bit. And again, he's working this beautifully. He's really on edge here. This is about as hard as he can take that butte up the hill. The man from Johannesburg and Kyle Army. And over the top she goes. That was a quickie. Oh, ho, ho, ho.
That's some white smoke. I hope that wasn't a ring or something there.
Yeah.
But just incredible to watch that Beamer so flat, and you can just see how hard he's pushing, because on the exit of the corner, almost getting 4-wheel drift, but keeping it pinned and just exiting that corner beautifully. It was really good to watch.
Did a lovely, lovely job. He really did handle that nicely. I think this is Paige Lindbergh. Yeah, in that Fairlane. That's the Ford Fairlane 5-litre 8-cylinder. She's a small young lass, but she tells this thing what to do, and most of the time it listens.
That is I mean, you won't be able to see the scale of this car on the screen, but when something like this parks next to, say, one of the open wheelers, like a Formula GTI, this looks like a monster car. I mean, put in the headspace of like a New York taxi. You know, that's how big this thing is. So
it's massive.
You're wrestling a absolute Hulk up the hill here.
You could comfortably take a family of 9 to the drive-in with this thing.
And very well done. Jeez, that is a monster car to control. That
great run from young Paige Lindenberg.
Here's another monster.
Yeah. Oh man, that is just beautifully turned out as well.
Getting a little bit away from him on the exit.
That's James Temple in the Daytona Ford, if I'm not mistaken. Oh, he's fighting it. He's fighting it. Look at that. It's battling to get into the corners smoothly. That steering is giving him some trouble. There's no doubt about it. He's got his hands full.
Yeah, no, he is wrestling that thing. He really, really is. It looks like they might, if they maybe tweak a little bit the suspension at the back, I think they'll have you see there, understeer, oversteer. No, he's having a tough time.
He's really really got his hands full because this wants to bound away from him.
Oh, sideways across.
Beautiful. Thank you for coming.
That was some heroic driving sideways through the finish line. My word, I don't think anyone should repeat that.
No.
That's
Try not to do that at home, folks.
You know, that finish line is sort of in a canyon. You know, there's nothing on either side. There's walls on either side. You've got to get through that finish line in a straight, you know, with your nose pointed straight. Otherwise, you're in a bit of trouble.
Yeah.
So.
One of the Porsches also makes its way up. I think that is the 911 RS, dating from 1973. Beautiful looking vehicle too.
Goodness me, the wing on that thing is about the size of a modern hatchback. Just the wing.
Yeah.
Monster thing
In
hanging
fact,
off
you
the back.
could put one of the modern hatchbacks on top of it.
Yes, no, easily. Yeah. You could serve a dinner for 6 I think, on that rear spoiler. No, it's good to see the Porsches out. The Porsches do particularly well over the weekend. Unfortunately, I think some of the faster ones won't be competing tomorrow, Sunday.
Yeah, that's true. Craig Vessel's here in his Porsche. That's the RSR. This is a 3.6 litre 1983 model, and understated in some ways as far as Porsche goes, and also with its color too. But it's making its way up the hill very nicely.
A stunning Corvette there. That's also a beautiful, very valuable motor car as well. Such a privilege to see these go up the hill.
This is beautiful. Also really nicely turned up. That's the Chevrolet 6 litre 8-cylinder, and that is a 1959 model. My dad would be having a heart attack if he was still amongst us.
It's just so great to see, you know, there's that term in car collecting, garage queens, you know, and I mean, that's essentially a rolling investment, that car, and it's just great that it's not sitting collecting dust somewhere and it's out here for everyone to enjoy.
Richard Evans, I don't want to say he's nursing it up the hill because I bet you he's going as hard as he can, but this is a tough car to get out of shape because it's a big piece of steel that. You have to really do something silly to do something to this car. Look at how beautifully it goes into the corner, holds its line and back out again.
That's so nicely balanced, that car, it really is. And if you compare that to the yellow Ford that went up and just, you know, so settled through the corners, good to see, really good to see.
Very much so.
Now that's more like it. That's a sort of more regular sized race car, that.
Josh Dovey in the Ginetta, that's the Ford Z-Tech. That's only a 1.8 litre engine, and this dates all the way back to 1965. There we go. That also was talking back a little. It was arguing.
But squirrely. Whoa, geez, a proper four-wheel drift there. You know, to get a rear-wheel drive car to four-wheel drift like that, you have to be absolutely on it. Absolutely on the edge.
And fearless as well, because you're working with the weight of this car and you're actually using the steering wheel and the weight of the car to make your way through this corner as effortlessly as possible.
Beautiful to watch. That is some really, really advanced driving that. He is getting the most out of that car.
Gorgeous done. That is gorgeously done. You have to admire it.
Indeed. That's I always think I can drive quickly until I get in a car with a real racing driver, and then I realize, nope, I'm nowhere near.
Still learning. Still learning.
Beautiful special racing machine. This going up the hill now. Can't be many of these in South Africa.
This is, if I'm not mistaken, Enzo Keen and the Lola. That Ford 5 litre engine, and this is a real beast of a thing. When it left the line here now, our little home for the next 3 days, absolutely shook like we got hit by lightning. This thing is scary. Look at that. He's also having to fight it a little, but again, a man who knows exactly what he's doing.
Here goes the Chevron V8 powered B26 in the hands of Franco Scribante. This is a previous winner. That is a quick motor vehicle. Goodness me.
Well, believe it or not, Suzuki engine, which is amazing. Look at him. He knows this route inside out like the back of his hand. I think Franco is one of those men who's missed a handful of these, if any. And look at him, low slung, flat on the road. He feels every little bump. Again, working it, and those lines are immaculate. Let's see how he gets through here into the left-hander. Well done. Now up the hill for the last stretch. She's putting the legs down. There she goes.
That was quick.
It looked quick.
So I think today it's between him and the Minardi. I think they're going to be fighting for honors. They really are. And that, interestingly, 2 Hayabusa engines mated to 1 V8 in the Chevron, and we will see a Hayabusa going up the track for exhibition drives this weekend.
Here's the DAW. That's Mac Werdendal in the VW.
Formula GTI was very popular back in the day. Fantastically. Oh, no, someone's gone there.
Oh, there's a problem. There is a problem here, or not quite. Does he tackle off a little? It looks like it. It certainly looks like Mac has decided that this is not the run for him. Something went just as he went off the line.
Yeah, it's unfortunate when that happens in qualifying. You hope that happens to you in free practice, but unfortunately I don't think he's going to be posting a great time here.
No, definitely not. He's tapped off, so...
But we'll wait for him to get to the top of the hill. And but the next car is already up. That was quite a quick release.
It was quick. Let's hope that there's not going to be a problem here. I think this is Di Dugmore in the Van Diemen Ford, the 1.6 litre 1976 model. Oh, hello.
Very close there. That was a moment.
The nice. Let's look at the line.
The racing driver will probably say, "No, I used all the track.
I made use of it. I knew exactly what I was doing. Didn't lose it. Gained it back very nicely. Very tight work there too. In she spiders and out she spiders and over she goes. I love how that car looks like it almost goes sideways into the bend.
Indeed. Well, here's the Minardi, as you were saying, in full race trim as it raced in the 1990s, late 80s.
Andrew Ian Schofield, the Minardi Cosworth, 3.5, 8 cylinders. Here we go.
What a noise.
Oh, that is just... I'm not allowed to say what that was like on air. I promise you that was just phenomenal. I don't want to say anything. I just want to watch this thing go.
What an absolute privilege to see a real F1 car here in South Africa.
Let's watch the line carefully here. He's getting the most out of it. He's kept it very nicely stable and trustworthy through each one of the lines so far.
That is no mean feat driving that F1 car. That really isn't. I mean, people's train their whole lives to compete in those cars, and it's so great to see one obviously in action in South Africa in the hands of a privateer and in the same livery, the same spec, the same motor gearbox that it raced in the late 80s.
Yeah, that 186 Cosworth engine is magnificent, and it was a privilege to watch that go up the hill. Now I can also tell you, sitting on top of it here in the box with everything bursting in your eardrums, just magnificent. Let's just talk about one or two of those runs. It certainly looked like our last 2 or 3 cars were predictably the fastest, but it certainly looked like the Cosworth was the one, the Minardi.
I think the Minardi probably on paper quicker than the Chevron, than Franco's Chevron. However, Franco's got a wealth of experience here. He's a multiple champion at Simola. Like you were saying, knows the course intimately, like the back of his hand. And I think that the Minardi driver really does have his work cut out for him to beat Franco. I think car for car, the F1 car probably has it, but you know, very hard to beat experience.
Yeah, and of course, I think that's one of the things that perhaps takes a while to build up here, because this is not an easy course. This is not an easy route. You cannot afford to blink during your 1,900 meters up here, can you?
Yeah, I mean, the track record now 35 and some change. So covering 1.9 kilometers, nearly 2 kilometers in 35 seconds. It's an astonishing feat. I mean, you know, to give you an idea of speed, at 250 k's an hour, you're covering 75 meters every single second, and these guys are topping out at 300 on the main straight. So they're probably doing close to 100 meters a second at top speed. They've got to judge their braking zones absolutely perfectly, and in a Formula One car or in that Chevron B26, the corners come up very fast. Very fast indeed.
And you made a very interesting point, because we were chatting about this yesterday as we were working our way through what some of the things were that we wanted to discuss. With the low cars, obviously, as the drivers have made their U-turns up at the top and come down, so the lower cars with the lower suspensions and bodies cannot go down on the road one further down from there. They come down on the race course itself. So you don't often, from that vantage point, see more corners than, I mean, you see less than what the higher cars are, and that's another problem. Of course, you say in the Jag that you were in 3 odd years ago, there was just the one corner that you couldn't see, but for them there may be 3 or 4 corners that you don't really see the exit to.
Yeah.
So you're guessing a lot of the time, isn't it?
Yeah, the elevation change does make it tricky. On a traditional racetrack, you're not climbing this much, not even close. So even at tracks like Spa-Francorchamps, which I've had the pleasure of being to, and watching the cars go up Eau Rouge, this hill is significantly larger than something like Eau Rouge, and significantly longer as well. So you're flying blind quite a lot of the time, and when you're flying at near 100 meters a second, you're almost driving on feeling rather than what your eyes are telling you. So it's incredible what these guys do. They really are at the top of their game. It's great to watch.
You talk about the amount of gain. It's 158 meters.
Yeah.
And so you're climbing practically 10 meters for every 100 that you're driving. And then, like, if you put it in context like that, where you're going a second per 100 meters, just your reaction times, you have to be so switched on and tuned into you and your vehicle. And that's it.
Definitely. You're sort of feeling it through the seats of your pants, really. And you really get a feeling for how steep this hill is when you try walk to the top.
Yeah, well, I've run it a few times, and running it, and in fact, funny enough, running down is harder, but we won't talk about that. But it's a tough old hill. And I'm not talking running wise. I think this demands a heck of a lot. I'd love to hear from our American visitor who's here tomorrow, if he could compare Pikes Peak for us compared to this. Okay, so Pikes Peak is longer. One understands that. But it would be interesting to see how he calls this as far as the degree of difficulty is concerned.
There's been some wonderful international guests here. I think the year I raced, Randy Post was here.
Yes, I remember that.
That was great. He was in the Jag SVR, trying to steal the title, I think, from Ernst Rutz in the Nissan GTR. So there's been some wonderful interest from the sport, and I think that if we weren't dealing with pandemic times, I think we would have seen, and there weren't restrictions on travel, I think we would have seen a lot more internationals here this year as well. Someone like Randy Post goes home and tells his mates that he had a great time in South Africa and he raced a wonderful race, and I think you see a lot more interest after that.
It's exactly how things go. It's word of mouth to a great degree, and then I do believe, rather selfishly and a bit self-righteously, if you like, our coverage from their live stream from 2 years ago has also played a massive role. So the drivers now all have brought their vehicles back down again, and they'll regroup. So that was qualifying 1. Oh, that is just, I must say, you know, whether one likes it or not, Formula One to most car enthusiasts is the ultimate and the pinnacle. And you look at a vehicle like this and you just go, it's a Formula One car. It's in South Africa, you know. It's silly, but it's true.
So, if I'm not mistaken, though, this isn't the first F1 car. The
no, it's not.
Would have been the
quite right. Quite right.
So it's, but obviously every F1 car is just really special to see. And you know, the thing is, we did some work with Red Bull in 2019 when David Coulthard came out to run through the streets of Cape Town. And you know, I spoke to the engineers and I said, why are there so many people here? why are there so many mechanics? Because they travel with a team of about 14, but that includes their PR people and all the rest of it. So to start, so they fly with the V8, right? Because it was before the hybrid era, and it's a bit easier to look after. It takes 8 people to start that car. To
8?
Start it, yeah.
Oh my word.
A hybrid, the head engineer explained to me, if they wanted to run a hybrid on the streets, 20 people to run it.
To run it?
Yeah.
That
20.
is amazing. I don't want to put you on the spot, but the 8 people, what do they all do in this process?
Goodness me. I mean, there was one guy who had this sort of giant syringe of what looked like sort of, I don't know, Hulk juice, like this glowing green liquid.
Was it bubbling?
Yeah, which he sort of connected to one side of the car and then syringed, pumped the syringe into the car. And I thought, what the hell is that? Never seen anything that color. Then you've got 2 guys on laptops connected to the car at the same time.
Okay.
So I don't know, obviously there's too much going on for one guy to calibrate. So you've got 2 laptops plugged in. Then you've got one guy looking after the tires. You've got a couple of guys on the starter motor because they've got to stick that starter motor up the back of the car. So 8 guys to start that car.
Unbelievable.
And shame when they were filming, oh goodness me, from a production background, I really felt for that director because that F1 car, it's a finely tuned racehorse. Once it starts, it can't just sit there.
No.
It'll boil itself to pieces.
You've got to get it out and let it go.
It's got to go. It's got to get air going through the ducts and air going through the brakes. And when they were filming that great ad, that F1 car versus the taxi in the streets of Cape Town, that all 8 guys would descend on this car, start it up, wow, off it goes, one of the best sounds in the world. David Coulthard would sit there, and then one of the cameramen would go, technical issue, and then that's it, and then it's like, well, switch the car off, and
Here we go again.
Oh. I felt so sorry for them. It was really, really tough filming that F1 car. I've got a great shot of David Coulthard having a lie down on a park bench in the middle of Cape Town because he was just so tired of waiting.
Should have made him a sign which he wasn't aware of and say, please give out of a job. So qualifying round number 2 is on the way. We've started off again, and it's good to see that, well, there's been a few cars that have dropped out. In fact, there was altogether 72 entries, but about 15 have fallen by the wayside in the meantime. And if I'm not mistaken, I think that is Gino Nolli in the Austin 7, and he is on his way. That is a 1935 vehicle.
1935?
Yeah.
Goodness me.
Think about that.
That is a bygone era, pre-war, pre-World War II.
Very much so.
Really, really long time ago. And I think very, very brave as well to push a car like that up the hill. Not really designed for this at all. Well, designed for it in the 1930s,
yes.
But not for the modern era.
Absolutely.
And it looks like possibly an aborted run. That does look particularly slow. And
although we know you've got to also look at it that we just saw the Minardi go up the hill
yes,
as our
true.
last ride. So
yeah.
I guess it may not be fair to compare the two, but this is... What impressed me about this is you can just see the English lord and lady saying, shall we take it out for a spin this afternoon? You can just see it.
Yeah.
Scarf flying in the wind.
Yes, I was about to say, you need a lovely silk scarf.
Yes. Goggles.
Yes, goggles, yeah. Driving gloves.
Mm.
Yes, goggles, yeah. And,
leather jacket, perhaps?
You know how poor...
Leather jacket, perhaps?
I'm sure you've seen them, but how poor helmets used to be.
Oh,
I mean, goodness me.
You may just as well not have had it.
Yeah, no, just put a paint in it or something. But I mean, it's just honestly, just terrible. And the advancements in safety. I mean, we saw Max Verstappen have that huge off at Silverstone and walk away. I mean, he took a beating, but the advancements in motorsport safety are just phenomenal.
Which I think often the normal, with great respect, the normal motorist out there wouldn't understand how much of an impact the safety work that is done in motor racing has had an impact on safety in normal street cars for all of us.
Indeed, yeah, definitely, indeed. And unfortunately, I have had the I have tested a airbag with my face.
Oh, nice. Okay.
From the passenger seat, though, of a Volkswagen Golf GTI, and I was very, very glad that that airbag was there that day. So, no, modern cars are particularly safe compared to their previous counterparts.
And of course, it wouldn't have happened without all the incredible work. You can even work it back down to tires and tire compounds that's been tested over and over and over on racetracks throughout the world that makes our tires on our road cars better today. Brakes, brake pads, etc., etc. There's just so much advancement for a normal driver out there that has come from the sport.
Yeah, and I think what we're probably going to see is the technologies that are being pushed in F1 right now. They're on the cutting edge, the hybrid tech, especially as we go into an era where internal combustion starts to be restricted on public roads, and hybrids start to make start to become more important in the public space. So F1 really a hotbed of development right now for future motor cars.
Yeah, and that's lovely. It's the way it's supposed to be. It does give one some safety, and it gives you an idea that you're getting the best bang for your buck. Brian Bruce, talk about bang for your buck, and that Jaguar 3.86 litre 1956 model, beautifully turned out, just gorgeous to see.
Those were so incredibly low. You know, you actually, it is actually illegal to build a car that shape these days because there are so many regulations about the sort of frontal dimensions and the height and the relative size of the roof to the the area at the front of the car. So that those cars, the way they exist now, they'll never exist again. These old Jaguars.
Beautiful looking though, just absolutely gorgeous. Colin Hasty and I, a man in the pits, we spoke about it earlier in the morning, and we were saying, when you drive one like that, you get the girl, you get the baddie, and then you get your drink shaken, not stirred. That's it. It's as simple as that.
I had the great privilege of driving a Lotus Elan, which was actually owned by Adrian Newey, funnily enough, the F1 designer. And everyone said to me, "You're going to be blown away by that car." I mean, it was a 60s model, and Colin Chapman himself was involved in designing that car. And it really did live up to the hype. What a phenomenal motor car to drive. And it just shows you that back in the day, the engineering behind those cars was the bits that they had at the time, the suspension components were just so brilliantly designed. They really were.
Chris van der Walt with that little Austin of his, the Mini, 1.3 litre. He is pumping this little thing up the hill there. Nicely handled, and he's drifting it over as far as he can to the left now to get into the right-hander. Nicely done again. He's got it going sideways just a little.
Those are, you find heavily modified versions of these now running around with motorbike engines in them and all the rest of it. But classic ones, north of R500,000 now, if you've got a good Cooper S.
That's amazing.
Yeah, no, they really are picking up in value. And I think this is what I think Classic Car Friday does is for South Africa and the world is it shows you the incredible depth of collectible cars in South Africa. And there's a lovely Ferrari on your screen there now, and it also highlights, I think, what is an incredible growth in the sector as well, and the amount of money that's going into it, and not only that, but the amount of passion and enthusiasm that's going into restoring these cars and bringing them back to life. It's
very much so.
Really good to see.
Very much so. This is Gavin Rook, who's on the line with his Ferrari 3-litre 308 GT4. That is a gorgeous looking vehicle. It makes you hanker for the days of Magnum PI.
Except I don't want a moustache. Yeah, I look ridiculous, with a moustache.
No, the car's good. Forget the moustache, the car's good.
A moustache and very short shorts.
Short shorts, yes. Yes, very much so. And Hawaiian shirts.
That was the look of the day. Thankfully, things have changed.
He's got it going nicely here too, has Gavin. Let's take a look at him entering into the left-hander there. Didn't
tomorrow,
all of the road. Sorry, Chira?
No, tomorrow we'll see a couple of more modern Ferraris out, and always good to see those cars in full race spec. I mean, they're fast as they are, you know,
Absolutely.
and then people build them into race cars, and they're really fast.
This vehicle is a 1974 model, and in pristine condition, and not just the exterior. I think the interior is working very nicely as well. Thank you very much.
Gosh, that shot at the top of the hill.
Yeah.
Knysna is just one of the prettiest places in the world.
No doubt about that.
And today we've been blessed with wonderful weather. I have studied the weather reports for this weekend, and we're looking good.
Yeah.
We're looking good.
Glad to hear that.
Fingers crossed. Yeah. Fingers crossed. The thing is, when the rain comes down, the event carries on, but the times just get slower, obviously. It's just impossible for the drivers to push as hard.
The danger factor is just multiplied.
Yeah.
Just so much more. And there's spots here where you do not want to lose it on this hill. There are places where if you do, one or two places which is life-threatening.
So the clerk of the course will obviously shut down the race if the rain is too hard. A light drizzle or light rain, things will carry on. Just, you know, the spectators get wet, really. That's about all that happens. But if it is too heavy and the clerk does deem it too dangerous, the race will be stopped until the weather passes.
They call it, yeah. Remember 2 years ago, 2019, there was at one stage, I think on the Sunday, a little bit of drizzle, and that became very interesting because then it negated all the amount of rubber that was down at the start line, and you couldn't get that grip that you were looking for. You were sliding around instead of getting a really good grip and purchase and then going off the line.
That's a very good point. It does become extremely hard to launch the car in the wet. You know, these are mostly rear-wheel drive cars with massive amounts of power just going to the rear wheels. They need as much grip as they can get off the line, and if it's greasy and slippery, yeah, you're standing still.
Ivan Marks in the Ford Shelby. That is a 7-litre, 8-cylinder, 500 CR, 1967. Will you ever?
You know, I feel 7 liters is just not big enough.
No,
you know,
I agree.
If you don't have 8 or more,
what are they
wasting
thinking?
your time.
I mean, seriously, what are they thinking? This thing is scary. You may have heard it go through our microphones here. By the way, all the windows are closed. We haven't got any effects mics out there. This is what it sounds like when you're having fun. Oh,
that's
look at
got
that.
to be the largest engine on the grid. It has to be the largest engine on the grid. I mean, the Chevron's engine is a 2.9, you know, by comparison. So
yeah.
Right, this is the Formula 5000. This thing sounds incredible. It's on its way. Little chock behind the wheel to stop him rolling. Obviously, he doesn't have a handbrake.
No. They make sure that Mr. Stop gets him there, just to make sure that we have a really fair fight.
Yeah, open-wheeler cars, not really known for their handbrakes.
No.
Is 3, 2, 1, and there he goes.
Oh, my word. Felt that in the seams of my jeans.
You know, difficult to maintain these cars. I mean, you'll probably find that, I mean, there's no parts. You can't go to Midas and buy a brake disc. So probably a lot of it engineered. And luckily in South Africa, we have such incredible engineering skill and capability. And probably a lot of custom parts fabricated to keep these old cars on the road.
Yeah, I would assume you need some really good engineers to keep this going the way that it's supposed to go, because these parts, like you say, it's not like you pop down to the spare parts and say, listen, this is what I'm looking for.
Yeah.
You really need to have people who know what they're doing and can engineer to the nth degree.
Yeah. No, it would actually make quite a good prank, you know, go to Midas and just say, do you have an oil filter for a Formula 5000 car?
my Minardi needs a filter, yeah. Can you help?
Yes, this Porsche is incredible to watch up the hill. He is absolutely on the limit. That is some star driving.
Beautiful, just beautifully done.
Great to watch, really, really great to watch. And obviously, in normal years, all these banks would have been lined with spectators, and you just know they would have been cheering that driver on.
Still, the Weather is absolutely perfect. Still not a cloud in the sky. And this is exactly what the drivers want, because the warmer it gets out there, the better purchase they have grip-wise on the tarmac. And all of it just helps. The cars are off and running, and they get that temperature up, and it just helps from the off immediately.
Yeah, one of the challenging things about a hill climb, of course, is that you know, in a long race, your tires get up to temperature, and they talk about that operating window where the rubber compound is at the right temperature and is providing maximum grip. On a hill climb, your fronts are particularly cold, actually, and that's really challenging. There is a little burnout zone that you'll see just before the start line where the cars are given an opportunity. So as you can see on the screen now, in the area between this camera and the start line is a burnout zone. And I think this driver is making use of it. Yes,
there we go. Yeah, Graham Nathan again.
Lots of sideways there, lots of smoke, and that's just to warm up the tires. He's not just showing off.
No, it's done for a reason.
That was good to watch. It's those cars are leery, they really are. And the crowd will have really enjoyed that. There are a good couple of people now hanging around, but this is everyone who's working here, and the mechanics as well, and competitors, maybe some family members as well. So there's a bit of an audience there.
Yeah, these are all, like you were saying, Jero, the folks who are all supporting in the pits, and the support crews, as Graham Nathan in that BMW 3.5 again races his way up. He's working the weight of that car beautifully again.
This BMW, when he comes up to this top complex of corners now, if you just keep an eye on how the car moves through these corners, that was a little bit too hot there on the exit, but he's managed to regain it, and I think he might have tapped off a little bit. No,
he's going. He's going full tilt.
There's someone just a little bit slow off the track at the top of the hill. And here's another Mustang. Beautiful to see. Great color scheme there as well. Very classic. And similar, the Daytona Coupe, I think, is in the same color scheme as well.
Very much so, yeah.
That's lovely to see, it really is.
I think that's Peter Lindenberg in his Shelby Ford. That's the GT350, if I'm not mistaken. Look at that. Every bump on the road there is magnified. As the old warhorse goes up the road. Hardly a fast vehicle that this man has not tried in one way, shape or form. Formula One motorboats, though, works.
I remember 1 year covering this event, and he was pushing a Ford Ranger up the hill.
I remember that.
I think with a sideways across the line, absolutely on the limit there. And a Ford Ranger, I think, with a Mustang engine, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah. Here's Mr. Lindenberg's daughter, his offspring, Paige Lindenberg, and this is in that Ford Fairlane from 1968. Yeah, I don't want to say much here. Just watch how she fights this thing up the hill. Unfortunately, we just cut away there. There we go. Back to it.
I cannot believe the size of this vehicle. And like you say, you know, Paige is well, she's very similar in size to a modern Formula One driver, actually.
True.
Which they seem to be shrinking as the years go by, but just incredible to watch her wrestle this machine up the hill.
And it is a wrestle. I think that's a lovely term to use. She has to arm wrestle this thing up there. Well done.
And here's the next monster up the course, this yellow Ford. It's got a sign on the back that says that, I think it says the yellow banana. And that, well, not an unfair description.
No, not at all. Just a very quick yellow banana, that's all.
On the previous run, though, he was really struggling. I mean, oversteer, understeer.
There we go again.
Yeah, oversteer, under braking into the corner, and that's going to push him wide on the exit. No, manages to wrestle it in a little bit, but this driver is really got his hands full. That's a tough job out there. He's going to earn his beer tonight.
Really has had to work all the way through. I do think with the steering columns of those years, finding the weight and using it through the corners is just so difficult to do. You can't manipulate this car in and out.
Yeah, cars have just progressed so much. I mean, there's just pinpoint accuracy in the modern systems. Even the electric systems, which people sort of deride for being for producing a lack of feel, but they are so accurate, and it is a bit different in a car like that, in an old muscle car like that. This Porsche is spectacular, as we were pointing out earlier. It just has one of the largest rear wings on in the field. I think there should be a rear wing challenge every year. You should be given a prize.
Who gets the biggest one?
For the largest rear wing. This one would be up there.
Right up there.
Stunning Capri, that doesn't look stock, does it?
No. I don't think you're going to get that off the floor.
We're actually busy restoring one of these.
Ah,
yeah,
beautiful.
Yeah, we're restoring a Piranha. Very excited.
While we've got time to chat, how are things at Cars.co.za?
Going very well, thankfully. The used car market is actually in a good place. I think it's being driven by South Africans looking for better value motoring. Also, the skyrocketing cost of new car prices.
Yeah.
Goodness me. I mean, I don't want to mention specific brands, but you know, what used to be a sort of basic luxury sedan now costs you north of R1 million easily before you put in a few options. You know, so it's difficult to buy into new cars, and so what we're seeing is people pushing into the used car space. And you know what? It's a good time to trade in. It really is. If you're looking to trade in, you'll get a good deal right now from a dealer.
Richard Evans in a Chev Corvette, 6 litres of grunt and power and class at the same time.
That is a special car to see up the hill as well.
It's not a vehicle you're going to get to see every day. You'll see it in pictures, but that's about it. And race car number 13, Robert Flukes in the Porsche 917, again from 1970. Not a vehicle that you'll see very often. Beautifully turned out. That Martini racing line right down the middle.
I just love that people are keeping these cars in running order and bringing them out here for everyone to enjoy. I mean, like you say, you'd be lucky if you saw one in pictures, you know, and to see one in real life is phenomenal.
Looks like he may just have tapped off here a little. Something has gone a little awry here.
Yeah, then that's not full throttle.
Definitely not. Maybe missed a gear or two at the start and thought he's going to abandon and try and qualify faster with his next run.
Yeah, pity when things go wrong, you know, and like we were saying earlier, on a hill climb run, everything has to be perfect. If you've missed a gear change, unfortunately, you're going to just have to come back again and try and get your best time.
Yeah, because you lose just so much time. You can't rescue it. Oh, talk about rescue. That's a good rescue. No, there's no way that you can pull it back. There's just no chance. If you've made a mistake, that's the 3 or 4, 5 seconds that you were looking for gone.
Yeah, no, gone. And I think if I'm not mistaken, when Scribante took it in that hill climb special, that beautiful yellow and blue hill climb special that he imported for the race, it was thousandths of a second in it, I think, or at least hundreds, but just incredibly close racing. I don't think we're seeing Desi Goodside this year, are we?
I don't think so.
Yeah, unfortunately, his skylines are always crowd pleasers, but it's been wonderful to watch him race over the years, but I did spot in the pits yesterday with having some work done to it, Franco Scribante's bewinged monster with the spoiler up front and the spoiler out the back. You're not sure which direction it's traveling in, actually.
Yeah, what I call the hammerhead shock.
Yeah,
that thing is a scary looking vehicle. Roy Campos in the Porsche, the 3.8. And that's quite a good run from Rui as well. Yeah, Colin refers to it as the Kraken. It looks like the Kraken to him. And we'll see that in action tomorrow. I can hardly wait. That is one mean monster. Talk about mean monsters. Here's another one.
Scribante in the Chevron, and this is possibly one of my favorite cars to go up the hill. And just incredible what his engineers were able to do. Take 2 superbike engines and make a V8 from a Suzuki Hayabusa. Oh, listen to that. Something about a small displacement V8, you know, it's a very similar size to what the Formula 1 cars used to be, actually. I think they were smaller, though, 2.4 litres, if I'm not mistaken. So sort of close in spirit to the old Formula One cars as a marshal.
Steps right in front of our camera.
Or maybe it was a photographer, you know, naughty photographer. Get him out of the way there. It's so good to watch that chevron. You know, if they take all the bodywork off that, I mean, it just looks like a single-seat race car basically. And I think that bodywork, though, very important for downforce. Essentially, just a large wing. Really, it's just one large aerofoil, so particularly sticky on the road.
That's Jan Vosloo in the little Volkswagen Beetle from 1966, and every time I see it, all I want to do is go, "Hello, Herbie."
I think it's definitely the first time I've seen a Beetle on the course, if I'm not mistaken. It might be wrong, but
I don't think we've seen too many in the last 3 or 4 years. Oh, hello!
Look at that. There's a few bollards gone there.
Yep, someone has smashed that to pieces. I can only believe that may have been Enzo Keane responsible for the damage. Those will not be used in a swimming pool soon.
Well, that's the thing. I think it's important to remind viewers that those bollards are not designed to damage the car in any way. They just disintegrate if you hit them. The problem is now is that there's debris in the course, and I imagine there's yellow flags out, and this Formula GTI has aborted its run. So he'll crawl up to the top of the hill, unfortunately, because he won't be able to get through that debris. Well, that's racing. Yeah. I mean, it was bound to happen. These guys and girls are pushing the limits of the cars and pushing the limits of the track as well, and so we were bound to see a few of those bollards meet their demise.
No doubt about it. But they are there for a particular reason. As you were saying earlier, not to degrade the side of the road. I mean, one of the things that one must remember is that this is a normal public road. During every day of the week, you can drive up and down here quite comfortably, and that's obviously part of the deal. But then also to make sure that there isn't debris that is from the dirt side of the road put back onto the course for the next cars who also have to have the same conditions. So yeah. I think it's fair all round, and let's be honest, I think there's a lot of safety involved with that too, due to the fact that if you are going to leave the track and you make a big mistake, in particular areas where I think it can get a bit hairy in the end.
And I think there is a safety aspect to it as well, because in previous years, the corner, inside of the corner would be demarcated by tires lying down on their side. I think the problem with that is, and I think we have seen it before, where if you drag the back of your car over a lying down tire at high speed, it can kick the car up a little bit.
And then you got trouble.
Then you're in trouble. So I do think the bollards are particularly safer. I'd love to know what the racing drivers think of them.
And from what I remember 2 years ago, it was quite popular because the guys know that it's not going to cause massive damage, and it also gives you quite a nice visual look of where you're in and where you're out. I think you can line it up slightly better. It seemed like that from the feedback that we got.
That does make sense. And I suppose if you're in one of the cars where you're basically lying like you're in a bathtub, you know, it is probably nice to be able to see the corner demarcated.
Very much so.
That makes some sense, yeah. The year I raced, they weren't there, so I can't comment on them. Do I remember seeing them in 2019?
Yeah, that was the first time they used them.
Okay.
And there was one or two that got a little bit of attention. Like I say, not going to make the kiddies happy on a Sunday afternoon in the pool. They were destroyed completely.
Oh dear.
But I do think that the safety aspect is probably the most important part of it in the end. It does make sense. It does make lots of sense.
Indeed.
So you were talking about the results from 2 years ago. Just to refresh your memory, right? Yeah, the marshals, the ever faithful marshals who are doing their job. Franco Scribonti won the King of the Hill in that B5 Nissan R35 GTR in 39.342 seconds. And you were talking about fractions. Wilhelm Bart in his B5 Nissan GTR was 40.349. Yeah. So there's not a heck of a lot to choose from there. And then Franco Di Matteo in the B7 Jaguar was 40.349. Is that there's just nothing there. You don't get margins that are much less than that. And then in the classic cars, it was Scribonti who had a really brilliant weekend because he won on the Friday too. It is Chevron B19, the 42.574 clocking, and Andre Besaidnout in his H5 Lola was second, and that was in 42.651. So 0.2 thousandth of a second made the difference there. It's just ridiculous.
Yeah, no, that's
the
as
margins.
tight as it gets.
Yeah.
That's photo finish stuff.
Absolutely.
And as we just watched at the Olympics, sometimes it does come down to a photo finish, actually. But we have sophisticated transponder technology here. No photo finish required. And obviously the cars don't cross the line at the same time, so that's not an issue. But the transponders are particularly accurate. If you're not familiar with the racing, you have to stick the transponder in the window of the car, basically. And for our viewers out there, tape it to the window of the car, and you drive past a beam, which is on the side of the road on a tripod, and that triggers the start of the timing
device.
And then a beam at the end, which triggers the end of the timing. So that's how the cars are timed at the hill.
And that that electronic eye that picks up on the transponder is about 2 or 3 yards or meters, just the other side of the start line where they get the signal to go. So the car is already moving at that time. So it's almost a running start.
I think it negates the launch a little, which is probably fair, given that some cars will be all-wheel drive, particularly the Nissans, and some cars obviously rear-wheel drive. I don't think there's any front-wheel drive cars in the field, except maybe that Sirocco that raced a few times, that silver Sirocco, if memory serves. So probably a little bit of a help that everyone gets a little bit of a roll, and then the timing starts. So that's how that works. And like you said, extremely close. Those figures again, 1/100th of a second between them last year, so 2019. Sorry.
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
Unbelievably close, yeah.
You were talking about the second-hand car market. What other factors for Cars.co.za that you guys have seen in the market that has done so well for the second-hand car market?
Well, you know, the motoring industry at the moment is under a lot of pressure. The semiconductor crisis has resulted in factories around the world slowing down, some even closing, because they simply can't get enough semiconductor chips. And I mean, to put it into perspective, the new Land Rover Defender has 85 ECUs. So, you know, a minimum of 85 semiconductor chips basically that they need to make that car. And this has affected the supply of new cars. So potentially if you walk into a dealership today, and I know a couple of brands have told me that they've had some supply issues, you might not be able to get a car for a few weeks, if not a few months. And I think that's also a factor pushing people to say, well, you know, right now I could walk out with that. I need a car, and this one's standing right here. So there's that as well. As I mentioned, new car pricing just skyrocketing. You know, I did some research. I think new car prices have gone up 100% in 7 years.
Oh my word!
100% in 7 years on some models. Yeah.
So the debris has now been cleared on the track, and we're on our way. That's the DAW of Mac Wordendal, who is piling on the speed. Nice clean run this time. Very picky on that line, and once he's in, there's no deviation whatsoever. That car sticking to the tarmac like a nut, like glue.
There'll be another little bit of dirt there. There'll be another Formula GTI competing tomorrow, actually. Louis van der Merwe will be racing one up the hill tomorrow, so that'll be good to see as well. A little bit of a moment there, taking some dirt. You definitely don't want to go off at the outside of turn 3.
That was the one that you identified for you as the toughest of the whole.
That's a scary corner, that. I remember walking through the pits and just asking more experienced guys, you know, what line do you take there? When do you turn in? You know, when do you want to apex? It's a really, really tricky one. But that's what makes the hill climb so special. It's got to be challenging.
Very much so,
There's
right.
Minardi firing up.
There we go. Look at that.
How many guys?
5, 6 guys there, all helping, making sure that. Look at the size of the battery they've used there to fire that thing up. It's like starting a felt fire. There we go. So
I actually don't want to talk over it.
No, I agree.
I just want the audience to hear the start and hear what that V8 sounds like. And there's the timing up on the screen for you now, which is great. So at the moment, 46.4 is the leading time. Competitor 17. And this Minardi is absolutely flying up the hill. This looks like the best run he's had, actually, of the whole morning.
So, yeah. This is a really solid run, very tight on the corner, in and out of that left-hander, and now into that little complex, almost the S's, if you like.
Look how high Enzo Kuhn has managed to get that low up the course, 47.1. That's definitely a contender.
There we
there,
go.
and he's just gone
Schofield
quickest.
goes top at 41.195. That is an incredible run. You identified it spot on right, Chiro. He was, wow, that is quick. That is really quick. That would have finished him in 5th place in the King of the Hill last year. So that is a really impressive run.
I heard a great description of a race car, a mechanical symphony, and it looked like that time the symphony was playing perfectly, and the weather was perfect, and he was obviously in the right headspace, and he made the best of it to put himself on the top.
I'll disagree with you. I'll call that a rock and roll concert. That's not a symphony, okay?
You know what? I like that. I prefer rock and roll to opera, so I'll take that.
No, that was incredible. You could just tell that I think he's finally worked out the lines that he wanted to take here, and Ian Schofield goes top of the class with a Minari Cosworth, and a whole whopping 5 seconds faster than Andre Besaidnout in the second spot with that 46.447 of his, and then Enzo Kuhn 47.151. And wow, it is all coming together here. Rui Campos, look at that, he's into 4th place, and then in 5th place it's car number 45. And again, make some very interesting reading, because that's Christopher Knesovic in the McLaren, the Chev 5 litre. So,
correct me if I'm wrong, but where's Scribante?
Yeah, that's interesting.
There's
He's
no
not
time for
there.
him there.
He's not there. So that'll be interesting to see.
Did he abort the
maybe,
last run?
maybe. And we didn't see him have a second run at qualifying. So maybe there's a problem of some sort. Hopefully.
Yeah.
So Scribante was the one who hit all the policemen. There we go. Okay. So those, they call them policemen here, those swimming pool policemen of ours. And the cars snake their way down. So it is impressive that Ian Schofield is the man at the top of the class with a Minardi Cosworth, and then Andre Besaidnout way back there in second place with his clocking of 46.447.
If I look at your cheat sheet there, we are faster already than the winning time
From last year. Yep. Well, Franco Scribante won the Classic Car Friday with a 42.574 clocking. So we're up on that already, much quicker.
We're 1.4 seconds ahead of the winning time in 2019, and we're only in qualifying.
Yeah, we're only in qualifying, and I think you can also keep in mind that by around about 1 o'clock, it'll probably be the warmest that it'll be during the day. And that's probably when you're going to see some really fast times as well. And then on top of it all, you've also been doing a lot of studying out there on the course if you're a driver, and you know which lines and where to go, and you're learning all the time.
You know, it's a bit of a contradiction, I suppose, in the engineering, because the engines like nice, cold, dense air, but tires like nice, hot, sticky tracks. So unfortunately, you know, but the mechanical grip is definitely a bonus on a course like this, because you can corner faster. So the lack of cold air, not a huge problem for these cars, especially in the naturally aspirated cars. But that sticky hot track in the afternoon, I think we're going to get faster and faster and faster.
They've all lined up. So what all these lower cars, lower set cars have is the privilege of driving back down this way. And funnily enough, this is a running maxim, but if you run cross country, for instance, you run the course the other way around, and you get a far better idea of how to go in and out of corners from the other way. I'm convinced every time they drive down this hill, again, it gives you a little refresher course on where to go and where not to go every time.
You know, if I had some money to burn, you know what I'd do? I would have this course recreated digitally and inserted into race games. Because then you could, like modern F1 drivers do, practice the course digitally before you got here. And also everyone around the world could log on to their favorite racing game and drive the Simola Hillclimb.
Stop talking about it right now. Let's rather just do it. We'll get some money from Cars.co.za and stop talking about it. Let's do it.
Yeah, Ian Shrosby, if you're listening, I've got an idea.
We have an idea.
We'll chat just now.
You've just given it away, and millions of people are already scribbling this down as we're talking.
You know what? If it happens, it happens. I'll be happy to see it. You know,
I agree.
But a digital version of the hill climb would be a wonderful thing.
Absolutely, fully agree with you. You know, we've been talking about Knysna, and we showed you those beautiful pictures of Knysna a little earlier. The interesting thing about the Knysna area, it's obviously a really special part of the world. And if you've not been here, even if you are a South African and you've not been in this part of the world, we invite you to do so. The word Knysna actually is derived from the Khoi, or the Khoisan word, means place of wood, or roughly place of fern leaves. And I must be honest, I didn't realize that until I started coming to the race and doing a little bit more homework. It's a town with just less than 80,000 inhabitants. And as of 2019 in the Western Cape province of South Africa, it's part of the Garden Route, and it lies 34 degrees south of the equator, 55 kilometers east from the city of George on the N2 highway, and 33 kilometers west of the town of Plettenberg Bay on the very same road. It is a gorgeous part of the world. So many things to do and see here in Knysna.
I love coming here, mostly for the oysters.
Of course, the Oyster Festival is one of the highlights here, but then don't be fooled. You don't have to have the festival on to come and eat oysters here. And I don't want to know what you do with them afterwards. Okay, you can keep that part for yourself.
So I think Knysnaites, is that the right word for a Knysna dweller? Will probably be happy to hear this. So I do enjoy oysters, and in Cape Town we mostly get those grown in Saldanha Bay, up the west coast. But there is a company called the Knysna Oyster Company, and they sell their oysters at the V&A waterfront. And it's just a fact for me. It's an inarguable fact. The ones from Knysna are nicer.
Oh boy, yeah, they're not going to allow you back to your town. They're going to confiscate your passport.
The ones from Knysna are just better.
I am quite desperate to hear if Colin Hastie is ready for us down there in the pits. And I believe that he is. Colin, tell us what the activities down in the pits like, my mate, if you will, please.
Oh, 64, the Morgan. Fred Phillips was in that car. 62, I heard Arnie talk about this, the Jag E-Type. It is a beautiful example of them if you like Jags, E-Types in particular. Rodney, what we're going to do is we're going to try and walk down the pit lane and catch a few of the guys who we've been talking to a little bit earlier. I want to go and talk to Enzo in the Lola T70, and let's see if we can get across here and catch Enzo as he gets out of the car. Now, back in the day, let's try and talk to him. So back in the day, they used a brass hammer. You've got modified now for the plastic hammer.
Modern one, yeah. This is a real mallet to loosen those damn spinners.
And you meticulously getting the torque levels right.
I don't really bother with torque.
Have you done this one?
Yes, done both.
Okay. And basically, you hammer it on and hammer it off.
Hammer it on, hammer it off. But those are the most dangerous things, those spinners. Don't rely on them, because they do come loose and the wheel does come off.
And that's never nice.
That's really not nice.
Very not nice, he says. Right, it's a busy pit lane, but we're going to work on it. Franco's time was disallowed because of the hitting the policeman, Moeti. If we just go back a little bit, and you can see some of there's a little bit of damage here, but they've taken the nose cone off. The fiberglass was bashed up. So they'll go round the back there and repair it, and then they'll be up and going. Marco's the magician on the computer. Marco, he would have been a little bit disappointed with that time, A, because it was a little bit slower, and B, because he hit the policeman.
Correct. It's unfortunate, but it's one of those things, Colin.
And what are your 0 to 100 times that you're getting?
So we started off with 4.5 seconds. I'm down to 3.1, 0 to 100. I think I can get to about 2.7, 2.8. So let's see what we can do.
2.8 is your target. The temperature's going up, more rubber's getting down in the launch area. You've been working very, very hard on the launch, both on an electronic point of view and on a driver point of view.
100%.
Where's the time to be made up now?
So electronically, I'm slowly opening up the throttles a little bit more aggressively on the release of the clutch. So you can get a little bit more, generate a little bit more wheel spin. And that's what we're missing.
A little bit more wheel spin. Well, good luck, have fun, and we'll talk later.
Cheers, Colin, thank you.
Little bit more wheel spin, because they're probably looking for around about 7 or 8% of wheel spin, because for those, I mean, we all know the slip angle versus grip graph, that the more slip angle you put into it, up to a point, the more grip you get, and then it falls away. And then, as they say in the classics, you've got a problem. You'll know that a certain amount of, he's just got to get the car rolling, and then it can open the throttle, and that is what makes a good 60-foot time for the drag races. And you've got a combination here. Set the suspension soft enough to get the launch, get the weight transfer, but hard enough so that it can handle all the pulls. Let's go walking here. I want to talk to Nadia. It's her first race. Nadia, your nerves, they've gone away a little bit because your times have been coming down.
Yes, but now I need more power.
Always more power.
I need more horsepower.
Okay, go and focus. Good luck.
Thank you.
You'll see all the Sparko Martini stuff. She built this car herself. Yes, her nails did get dirty, and yes, she had grease all over the place. We're talking about horsepowers. This thing has got amazing horsepowers.
1,000 horses.
1,000 horses, and are you going to do a proper wheel spin burnout for us?
No, we're going to go away slow.
Good luck. 1,000 horsepowers. It's supercharged. It's a Shelby. It makes lots of noise. Makes your little hairs stand up on the head. It's absolutely fantastic. John McNichol. Cobra goes up. Nadia built that Mini. First race. She's having a lot of fun. So there's a lot of other faster cars. She's not. That was her mission. We asked for a burnout. Let's see if we get a burnout. Why do they do burnouts? So the idea with a burnout is that you get a little bit more heat into the tires, because you can see, okay, he's not on slicks, but the tires are still really hard and they're absolutely ice cold. The hotter they get, the more grip you get, and the tire can actually eat into the surface. So these things are ice cold. You'll see the wheel spin. The other thing is, just check out here, before they go away, have a look at the size of the drive shaft on the inside there. I mean, that's a proper drive shaft. 5 liters of proper power, Formula 5000. It hurts the ears, but my goodness, it's absolutely fantastic. Shelby's 460 cubic inches. Go and do the maths. Check out here, Jeff Goddard. We've got to talk to Jeff. He's 85 years old. He's magnificent. Jeff, it's a bit hot in there.
It was, yes.
Can't open the door. Good luck. We'll talk to him later. Can't open the door. 85 years old. Previous winner, both on the classic King of the Hill and on the overall fastest modified King of the Hill. Mitsubishi Lancer. We spoke earlier to Johan. Let's just see how he's going. Johan, did you manage to find the time you were looking for?
Yeah, we're slowly getting there. I'm happy, very happy with the times in this old car.
Lovely. You know, we love happiness. Good luck. Now, our little Fiat, we're going to just keep walking. Moiti, let's go. Oh, let's have a look at the midget. The Sprite. Colin? We good. How are you?
Very well. Looking forward to the final run. Hopefully going to do a bit better on this one.
So this is the final run to either get into the top 3 of your class or top 10 overall. How are you lying in your class, and what have you got to do to get there?
Basically nails the brakes, you know, and just don't think so.
Go, go, go. There's a queuing system here, and you'll see the marshals are all dressed in like a little bit of retro stuff, which is totally cool because it is Classic Car Friday. Andre Bezuidenhout, Advocate Bezuidenhout. We'll ask him if we can approach. Advocate, may we approach? Andre, always good to talk to you and hear your Porsche, the Whale Tail. Are you happy so far?
We're very unhappy at the moment. We've got a boost problem. I mean, I'm running 46s. I think we should be running low 45s, if not high 44. But, you know, we're fighting for a 3rd place here. The Formula 1 car and Franco are seconds ahead. So I'm the fastest of the GT cars, but we're not close to where we can be.
And you've got some really, really proper, clever help here as well.
We've got Martin, we've got Fast Freddy, we've got my wife, we've got Marnella. You know, Marnella was, when she was here the first time, she was 11 days old. And this is the 3rd year that she's here. Can I?
Yeah.
Look at my youngest pit crew, Marnella Berta. So there she is. We raise them soon and quickly, and then we bring them into motorsport.
And then they start loving cars from an early age.
Absolutely. They know the noise. They're not scared of it. Wonderful.
Lovely stuff.
Thank you, sir.
Advocate Bezuidenhout, Nissan Datsun. You can't call this a Nissan because it is a Datsun. Also really lacquer. Right, let's go down here, and with a bit of luck we can find, there's Paige Lindenberg. If she can put a mask on, we can talk to. She's going out now, so do you know what we'll do? We'll go back and get her in the, let's catch some of the guys who've just gone out. One of them in particular, we'll talk to Peter K. Eddy. Now, Peter K. Eddy, you'll know, is the old dog. He's the old dog. He's been in motorsport for... How many years have you been in motorsport, Peter K. Eddy?
Can I keep it on?
Yeah, please.
Okay, 45 years now, Colin.
And your passion and love and drive for the sport and helping other people hasn't left you?
It hasn't left me at all, Colin. You know, I still love it. I love all the guys like you. We've known each other for I don't know how many years now. And, you know, we've had so much fun. I've had also a lot of experience, and the reason I'm not continuing with my 2002 today is that with a BM engine, if it starts spluttering at 5557, you know it's too lean. And we've tried a whole lot of different maps. I just said to Graham, no, I don't break engines. I've seen enough legs out of bed in my time with vehicles. We just park it and we'll live to another hill climb, and that's how it is.
Because Grumpy Graham in your it's an E9. He's well in the top 10.
Yeah, no, he can go a little bit quicker. I don't think a hell of a lot more, but he's going to try.
And the noise in the background we hear is the most awesome burnout that anybody can ever do.
Well, there's nothing like a straight 6 BM engine. It's got a beautiful sound, absolutely magnificent sound.
Peter, all the cars here it's like I've been a little boy in a toy shop.
For me it is. It's fantastic, all these old cars. I mean, my late uncle, he bought the first Lincoln Continental to South Africa. And as a kid, you can imagine, I think I was probably about 7 or 8 years old at the time. It had electric windows, electric seats, everything at that time. So, and he couldn't park it in his garage in Abbotsford. He had to park it outside and build another carport because it was so bloody long and big. But you know, those are the things that bring back memories for the old cars, and you see them.
Let's watch Graham as he comes right up to. Oh, we dropped out. I mean, he had a bit of an issue. Was it 3 years ago with what we now fondly refer to as Grumpy's Corner?
Yeah.
But the car's rebuilt and he builds it with pride.
We cut off the whole front. I bought another E9 which I found, and we cut off the whole front and rebuilt it, put it on proper chassis, and it's completely rebuilt. Yeah.
You just love BMWs and old cars, don't you?
Yeah, I do, Colin. It's a terrible thing. My wife's stuck with me, as you know, all these over 50 years now. You had her smiling with me a couple of years ago but I'm very grateful that I'm alive, Colin. Last year I spent 5 months in hospital, 82.
We're grateful that you're still alive. We're so happy to have you here.
Here, I'm playing golf twice a week. I'm walking 3Ks 4 times a week with my wife. And I'm here to enjoy as much and as long as I can live.
Peter, thank you so much, A, for talking to us, and B, from the bottom of my heart, from all the drivers and teams that you've unselfishly helped through the years. Very big thank you.
Something else I want to tell you. Record was chatting to me the other day, and he said, Uncle Peter, do you know how many races I raced for you? So I said, no, I'm not sure, Record. It says 152 races, and only 2 races I never finished. He said, I can't believe a team that was and you are so pedantic and particular that you made sure that the cars finished every race. I said, well, I didn't know that from your side. That's fantastic. Well,
152 races, and tomorrow we see Reggie back to sort of roots in a Mini.
He'll go, whoever's in his class, he'll drill it.
He'll ring it. Peter, thank you so much.
Okay,
be well. Peter K. Eddy, the old dog, an absolute legend. Hugely magnificent. The work he puts in is absolutely fantastic. So now, the cars, they go up the hill this way, they go to the finish line, and then they come through the estate, they come down to the bottom, and then they come up to the pit. So at the start of this little bit of chit-chat, I said, let's go and visit people. So let's go and visit them. But first, I want to talk to Zander. Zander, you just love old cars. You finished building a Boss, am I right?
No,
that car, we saw the stress that you went under. Is it
running perfect? No problems at this point in time. Sure, about to come back.
And you would love to drive that car up this hill?
Definitely. Amazing accomplishments.
Have you found a good replacement? Because I know of a good E46 M3. Zander, great guy. Built a car with absolute love. Right, so Jeffrey Mortimer, him of Hillclimb fame, is back. What we're going to do is just go down a little bit. And when we come back, we'll talk to Jeff. I want to talk to Nadia, who's over here, and we want to talk to Johan de Bruin, who's here. He's smiling. How did that go?
I think it went pretty well. I've got no comms in this car, but I think it was good.
You got a smile on your face, that's all that counts. He's a happy chappy. Let's see if we can talk to Nadia. You see, there's competition. We absolutely love it. The motor lady talking to her. We are going to go right down here because the only Ferrari in the field, he's got his mask on. Awesome. The only Ferrari in the field. This is the owner. Come and talk to us. Show us your lovely car.
Okay.
The only Ferrari.
Yes, the only Ferrari in classics, yeah.
Why the GT4? Why not the GTS?
Because it doesn't look like a Ferrari. That's the first reason. The second reason is designed by Bertoni and not Pininfarina. Third reason is it's the most unloved Ferrari, and that's why I love it. And it's got amazing handling, better than the normal 308s. And it's comfortable. We drove it from Joburg, so we drove down through the Karoo. There's room for the bags. So that's 7 reasons. Oh, and it did a 57 up the hill, so she's not bad.
That's bloody good to get under a minute.
Absolutely.
So, part of the reason why I really wanted to talk to you is because it's a red Ferrari with gold wheels, and it just happens to be my favorite 308. I thought the other one was lumpy, and I didn't think that Magnum did it any good.
This is just P-Mac, yeah, that's right.
This is a proper lacquer Ferrari.
Thank you. Well, then,
thank you for bringing it.
Thank you. Thanks very much. Enjoy.
Arrivederci. Ciao. Love, absolutely love that. There's smoke. You can do whatever you want to up the hill in the warm-up box, and it will get going very lacquer. We needed to talk to Nadia, who's still busy, but we spoke just now we saw the rev counter of Headley's car, and let's see if we can get Headley. It was set at 8,000. He's run away. No luck. No luck at all. But Fred will talk to us. Fred will talk to anybody. Fred, can you put a mask on and can we have a chat? So Morgan, it's green. I've got my suspicions about the relationship this car has with Chris Clark. May he rest in peace. Fred, is this Chris's car?
It is Chris's car, and I bought this car from Chris a couple of years before Chris's unfortunate demise, you know. He had been wanting to sell it for a while, and I just thought, what the hell, I'll buy it from him. And I've loved it ever since. I don't pretend to do the kind of lap times that Chris and particularly his son did in it, but it's a quick car.
And the smile that you have on your face is just as big. I can see.
Yeah, no, it's wonderful. The motor, you know, I mean, Chris had this motor specially built by his fellows who helped him up in Joburg. It's as strong as a lion, and wonderful Quaife gearbox, so it's good. 5-speed box, which we don't need here, of course.
And it's still got the bits of wood in its chassis.
It's still got the original bits of wood, and believe it or not, it's still got the sliding pillar front suspension, which comes out of the horse and buggy era, but Chris got it working, so all credit to his memory, you know?
We remember him fondly. He was a great guy, and part of this day, this Classic Car Friday, is seeing cars that evoke all sorts of emotions.
Indeed, and you know, this is my 11th time that I'm running this hill climb.
You've done all of them?
I've done all of them. There's only about 3 of us who managed that, and I keep thinking it's time to hang up my hat. But what the hell? Miss Morgan is leading the class today so far in time, so but it's the quickest time that we've had in this class, H2.
It doesn't matter by how far you lead, because winning is, well, winning and having fun.
Sure. No, it's wonderful, and thank you for taking the time to look at the car and to discuss the previous owner.
We love this car, and thank you so much. Have fun. You've got one more run to do. Top 10, class top 3.
We've done the airport to the next the runners. No?
Lovely stuff.
Really?
On a scale of 1 to 10, how much?
I'd say I'm at about a 9.
Very good.
Cold beer will push me over.
Cold beer pushes edge, does it not? Red, be well, be strong. Let's go and talk to Nadia. because I really want to talk. We love Minis. Minis were my first car. Waity we'll get there. MGB GT. Let's hold on. Should we quickly talk to Chris? What are you doing to it now?
What am I doing to it now? Okay, I've got a problem with fuel starvation. So I'm just going to open up and see if there's a filter is there. I'm going to take the filter out and see if that improves things.
Can I ask the dumb question? Is there enough fuel in the tank to get starved off?
Definitely. I've checked that 4 times. It is there.
Good man. And you really enjoy this car?
It's this car. Yes, this car is a very special car. But it's still work in progress.
In what way is it super special to you?
I really don't know, but I've got a lot of MGs. I own a very successful MG twin cam that's raced here. I've only missed 1 race, and that car has brought me a first.
Absolutely magic. The memories, the emotions that this race evokes.
It's great stuff. It really is. It's just... when we finish the race, we say, okay, well, that's done. And then halfway through the year, we start talking about the next hill and what we're going to do at the next hill.
It's somewhat of an affliction, this love of motorsport.
Yeah, you're telling me. It's, the one thing about motorsport is that, generally speaking, for me, my wife doesn't like it because it takes up a lot of time. But she knows that I'm not with another mistress, I'm just with the mechanical mistress, so it's okay.
Lovely, I hope you find your starvation.
Thank you very much.
Cheers, thanks for chatting. Right, magnificent Oldsmobile V8. So, what we need to do... Okay, what we need to do, guys, is go back to the track action. Arnie in the booth will show you some and talk about some stuff. Thanks for watching.
Thanks very much, Colin. That is good stuff, and really enjoyed listening to you there in the pits, doing the job. Well done. Some quick times being recorded out here on the tarmac of the Simola Hillclimb one more time.
There's Franco in the Chevron. He's going to be pushing hard. He does not like losing. So we don't have a time yet for the Minardi on the screen.
We've got a tech issue.
Right now, though, that's what it looks like as the Lola makes its way up the hill. It's Andre Besaidnout with that 46.064 clocking, who is now up there in first place. And then the man in car number 45. And he's had an incredible run again, Christopher Knesovic in the McLaren Chev.
And there's Franco across the line, so we'll wait till his time comes up on screen. And Willie have gone fastest. That was a good run from him. He looked really, really on it there. Car was under control. Obviously pushing as hard as he can, but fantastic run there from Franco. And he has just gone top with a time of 40.119. He currently leads the field.
Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Look at that, 40.119. That is incredibly quick. So there you go. That just goes to show that the track conditions today and the way that the boys and girls out there have learnt their lines and have gone about their business is really, really quick. So that is faster than what Classic Car Friday was 2 years ago by almost in fact, more than 2 seconds, and just a tick or two off the time that he won the King of the Hill results with in 2019. 40.119. Thank you for coming.
Honey, I'm a little confused. The Andrew Schofield's time is not coming up, unfortunately, because he ran just ahead of Scribante.
It should be coming soon.
And we don't have it, unfortunately.
Should be coming.
But we must point out that Scribante has gone faster than Andrew Schofield's time in the Minardi in the last run.
Yep.
Andrew posted a 41 and some change, and we're now in the 40s with Scribante and knocking on the door of the 39s at 40.119.
Remember that the time 2 years ago to win the King of the Hill outright, 39.342, which is just, we're knocking on the door.
And we're only in Classic Car Friday.
Yeah, we haven't started.
Unbelievable. The track is very fast today, it seems, and the cars are running particularly well. All the pit crew and mechanics doing a wonderful job, it seems, keeping these machines in running order, and it looks like we are going to see some cracking times this afternoon.
There we go. So Scribante 40.119. Then Andre Besaidnout slots into that second spot at the moment at 46.064. And then the man who has been really, really impressive in the McLaren, Christopher Knesovic, and Robert Volk in fourth place. And that is in that beautiful Reynard Ford, which hails from 1987.
And that is the end of the session as the flatties come down the hill. So to put the audience in the picture here, there's a sort of a loop you can take. Once you get to the top of the hill, if your car can make it over a speed bump, you head down the back access road and you come out at the bottom of the pits, and then you reverse into your garage space. But of course, as Arnie was saying earlier, these cars which are nicknamed the flatties, they have no hope of getting over a sleeping policeman, and so they have to go back down the hill.
I do think, yeah, isn't it beautiful? It's a lovely line as they snake down the hill, but as we were saying earlier too, I do think that it really helps you to get a different perspective on the lines when you drive down the other way as well.
Yeah, I think you're right. You can spot the exits, and you can just have that extra perspective, and which I suppose the competitors who can take speed bumps maybe don't get. But at the same time, you know, you've got to be fast going up. That's the only one that counts. So there's that Formula 5000 coming through there. That thing makes a wonderful noise as well. We've been really graced with some wonderful machinery today.
We have been.
This is a wonderful event, and greetings to our viewers all around the world who have tuned in.
Oh, we've had some viewers have said hello from Oz down under. Thank you for watching. Really appreciate that. Wherever you are, this is Classic Car Friday, and the competitive proceedings opened by these beautiful cars, historic, classic and vintage. And I can't help but look at some of them and get a tear in the corner of the eye, because they bring back memories from the great racing days. Glorious cars from pre-war to 1985. And drivers, friends and spectators absolutely love watching this. Of course, spectators not allowed here. We're talking about our friends who are online with us wherever you may be. The Classic Car Friday is gorgeous, and it brings back the era of nostalgia and some beautiful times.
I think what I love about Classic Car Friday is, as you mentioned, there's this sort of mixture of what are more exhibition runs of some incredible old machinery, and then at the top of the field, obviously this red hot competition that we're seeing. You know, if you bring an F1 car to a hill climb, you're not playing around. You know, you're here to compete. So there's some fantastic competition from the single seaters as well as further down the field, but of course also just some beautiful machinery to ogle at as it goes up the hill.
Well, believe it or not, I know that you out there think that we can do this 24/7, and I probably could if I was asked to. And there is a lovely look, by the way, at the hill and where we are. That's the Simola golf course in the middle of your picture, and the hill as it stands. This is from the Google Earth picture, and gives you an idea of the run up the hill. 1,938 meters to be exact, and 158 meters in elevation, just about from sea level up the hill to the top. And it's a tough, snaking, serpentine ride that you have to take note of. Well, as I was saying, we can just about do this forever, but we do have to have a little sustenance, some lunch. So we're about to go to lunch, and we hope you'll join us in the next hour or so again as we take a break, the drivers and their vehicles take a break. So for Chiro de Chiena from Cars.co.za, I'm on again saying thanks for watching, and let's see you again in about an hour's time.
Can I call you mine? Are we taking it slow? I can't read your mind. Sometimes I feel like I'm here alone. Don't need a wedding vow. Just tell me how you in or out. It ain't fair, baby. The way you got me hanging on. You got me hanging on. Oh. You got me hanging on. You got me hanging on. Oh. Baby, the night that we met was amazing. But it feels like your love has gone missing. Nah, nah, nah. Show me I'm the one you want. 'Cause it's everything or nothing. If you wanna be with me, I need your all and nothing less than. I can't go on in between. 'Cause it's everything or nothing. Okay, you're a superstar, but I'm a supernova. Better claim your prize, otherwise cut and the scene game over. Do we call it love, or do we call it off? There ain't no maybe. I just can't keep holding on. I can't keep holding on, no. I can't keep holding on. I can't keep holding on. 'Cause it's everything or nothing. If you wanna be with me, I need your all and nothing less than. I can't go on in between. 'Cause it's everything or nothing. Baby, the night that we met was amazing. But it feels like your love has gone missing. Nah, nah, nah. Show me I'm the one you want. 'Cause it's everything or nothing. I'm chasing for the highs, afraid of getting close to someone else. Been running all my life to realize I'm running from myself. But I can't take it any longer now. This time I've had enough. Yeah, I can't take it any longer now. 'Cause I won't give you up. too late now to turn around and back again. I made my bed and now I lay my head in it. And I'm sorry I'm not perfect, but I knew that I wouldn't. I guess it's for the best, you know the worst in me. I'm no good at being good, but I never said I was. And I feel misunderstood, cause I'm trying hard to love. I'm sorry, my actions, they haunt me, and I'll never live it down. I'm no good at being good, but I never said I was. You call my bluff, I won't pick up, I let it ring. Record your voice so I can listen back again. And I'm sorry I'm not perfect, but I know that I wouldn't be. I guess it's for the best, you know the worst in me. I'm no good at being good, but I never said I was. And I feel misunderstood, cause I'm trying hard to love. I'm sorry, my actions, they haunt me, and I'll never live it down. I'm no good at being good, but I never said I was. So do you wanna take me back? All of our broken plans, so we can start again. Won't turn down a second chance, I'm too selfish for that. I let you fall again, now that you know that I'm no good at being good, but I never said I was. And I feel misunderstood, cause I'm trying hard to love. I'm sorry, my actions, they haunt me, and I'll never live it down. I'm no good at being good, but I never said I was.
hope you find me. When the sunrise, when the sun.
The road ahead, it twists and turns, and the sun beats down and it burns. But I keep on pushing through. And every step quicker than the last, my feet tread down this beaten path, and I keep on pushing through. 'Cause I get up, and I may fall right back down, but your love lifts me back to solid ground. Yeah, I get up, and I may fall right back down, but your love lifts me back to solid ground. Oh, I've come too far in this to raise my flag and call it quits. So I keep on pushing through. Oh, with every step my heart it pounds. Yes, so sure I'll have my doubts, but I must keep pushing through. Yeah, I get up, and I may fall right back down, but your love lifts me back to solid ground. And I keep on running from the things I don't understand. I'm chasing down the reasons, answers for what makes this man. The road ahead, it twists and turns, and the sun beats down and it burns. But I keep on pushing through. Yeah, I get up, and I may fall right back down, but your love lifts me back to solid ground. Yeah, I get up, and I may fall right back down, but your love lifts me back to solid ground. Oh, Sometimes when I hate where I am, I forget every single place that I've been. And sometimes when I look in the mirror, I wanna tear off every piece of my skin. I'm looking for a lover, but there ain't nobody here. Searching for a vessel that can sail into the clear. Endless blue and a crew to hold the line. And if you wanna run away, then we got room for you. Never feel ashamed for doing what you wanna do. Time away doesn't wait to be defined.
No more talking about it. The way it is, the way it is. It's no mystery. There's no getting around it. When you're here, we got chemistry. We light up when we ignite. We're stars in a darkened sky. When you leave, don't forget to remember. Don't forget to remember me. When you leave, don't forget to remember. Don't forget to remember me. Remember me. I'll fight for you every second. To keep your touch, keep your touch. In my memory, I I try not to regret it. What could have been, should have been, if you would stay with me. When you leave, don't forget to remember, don't forget to remember me. When you leave, don't forget to remember, don't forget to remember me. Remember me. When you leave, don't forget to remember, don't forget to remember me. When you leave, don't forget to remember, don't forget to remember me. Remember me. Remember me.
What do I believe in? I don't think I know anymore. Tell me there's a reason. Was there ever anything more? Have I been afraid to find what I've been looking for? It's all a state of mind. I didn't know that everything was broken by design. How beautiful. It's taking me so long to realize it's all a state of mind.
I built up walls like mansions to the sky. Protect my heart so it would survive. But you climbed in like no one else could do. The day I knew I needed you, I was drifting out, safe from any shore. Didn't want to get hurt anymore, but you pulled me in like no one else could do. The day I knew I needed you. I was complicated, you made perfect sense. I was slowly breaking, but you knew how to mend. We're searching for some answers, who I was and where I'm running to. I was looking for me when I found you. When I found you. When I found you. Felt familiar the moment that we met. Tried to block it out so I forget. Your persistence kept on pushing through. The day I knew I needed you. I was complicated, you made perfect sense. I was slowly breaking, but you knew how to mend. We're searching for some answers, who I was and where I'm running to. I was looking for me when I found you. When I found you. You saved me, changing my direction. I'm falling into our connection. I was complicated, you made perfect sense. I was slowly breaking, but you knew how to mend. We're searching for some answers, who I was and where I'm running to. I was looking for me when I found you. When I found you. When I found you. When I found you. When I found you.
Hey, it's amazing the subtle games that you are playing. And you don't even know I exist. You have got me on your hit list. And you're just bad. Girl, you are sexual and bad. And now you got this on your conscience. Because now I'm unresponsive. Run through the fire, I walk the wire. I would sell everything I own. I'd swim the ocean, dance with the devil. I'd sell my soul to take you home. We can feel the floor underneath our feet. Fire shots through my chest as you watch me bleed. Every kick, drum, hit is a symphony. Every brush of your curves is the air I breathe. You speak, I am listening. Sweat rolls, girl, you're glistening. Slow-mo, pull me into the light, the light.
watching us, wishing they were obvious, instead of giving in to the riot, the riot. Survive when one just breaks. One slow suicide while one just takes and takes. One choice for the good of you, but not the one you make. One worth dying for if you saw her shake, shake, shake. We can feel the flow underneath our feet. I am listening. We can feel the flow underneath our feet. You are glistening. We can feel the flow underneath our feet. I am listening. We can feel the flow underneath our feet. This might be it for you. Run through the fire, out the wire. I would sell everything I own. I swim the ocean, dance with the devil. I'd sell my soul to take you home. Run through the fire, out of the wire. I would sell everything I own. I'd swim the ocean, dance with the devil. I'd sell my soul to take you home.
My heart's been ripped wide open. So many mixed emotions. It's like I finally noticed I've been set free. I've been set free. I spent a lifetime running, fearing what I'd become if I stop playing goalie on all of my thoughts, yeah. Speaking out straight from my heart, but now I see. But now I see. Oh, I see this love is taking over, breaking through my chest and overflowing. With every single beat, it pulls me closer, closer to you. I'm never gonna hold back being someone to lean on. I'll always be that 2 a.m. phone call when you need one. When everything in life is getting harder to shoulder, I'll be your soldier. My heart's been ripping wide open. Open, 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 wide open. My heart's been ripping wide open. Open, 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 wide open. No words enough to show it. Now my whole world's in motion. I feel like Fred in my neighborhood. Call me and I will make sure to set you free. To set you free. Oh, I see this love is taking over, breaking through my chest and overflowing. With every single beat, it pulls me closer, closer to you. I'm never gonna hold back being someone to lean on. I'll always be that 2 a.m. phone call when you need one. When everything in life is getting harder to shoulder, I'll be your soldier. My heart's been see this love is taking over, breaking through my chest and overflowing. With every single beat, it pulls me closer, closer to you. I'm never gonna hold back being someone to lean on. I'll always be that 2 a.m. phone call when you need one. When everything in life is getting harder to shoulder, I'll be your soldier. My heart's been ripping wide open, 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 wide open. My heart's been ripping wide open, 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 wide open.
Hey, I got a confession. Been losing all momentum. Just because it's easy, but that don't make it better. I wanna dig my hands deep down in the dirt. Take a walk along the street if I'm feeling dessert. All of this convenience just doesn't work for me. I wanna play with fire, let me get hurt. Can we take it back to 95? Before we had this drama in our lives, just staring at the screen every day and night. I miss the rush of living in real life. Go get your DeLorean. Oh, I miss the summers with you and never swipe left to right. Snuck in your window, no friend request, no, just spent the night. I had to walk right up to your locker and risk you saying, boy, just don't bother. I know this all just makes me sound ancient, but sons and daughters, that shit was amazing. Can we take it back to 95? Before we had this drama in our lives, just staring at the screen every day and night. I miss the rush of living in real life. Go get your DeLorean. Go get your DeLorean. Yo, what you got in that bag? Candy, cigarettes, and a Playboy mag. Many used to have to work for that. Wait for me, gotta dial up. Can't call my landline cause it's all tied up. Just bike over then. Oh, oh, oh. Can we take it back to 95? Before we had this drama in our lives, just staring at the screen every day and night. I
can't read your mind. Sometimes I feel like I'm here alone. Don't need a wedding vow. Just tell me how you in or out. It ain't fair, baby. The way you got me hanging on. You got me hanging on. Oh. You got me hanging on. You got me hanging on. Oh. Baby, the night that we met was amazing. But it feels like your love has gone missing. Oh, nah, nah, nah. Show me I'm the one you want. 'Cause it's everything or nothing. If you wanna be with me, I need your all and nothing less than. I can't go on in between. 'Cause it's everything or nothing. Okay, you're a superstar, but I'm a supernova. Better claim your prize, otherwise cut and scene, game over. Do we call it love, or do we call it off? There ain't no maybe. I just can't keep holding on. I can't keep holding on, no. I can't keep holding on. I can't keep holding on. 'Cause it's everything or nothing. If you wanna be with me, I need your all and nothing less than. I can't go on in between. 'Cause it's everything or night that we met was amazing. But it feels like your love has gone missing. Oh, nah, nah, nah. Show me I'm the one you want. 'Cause it's everything or nothing. If you wanna be with me, I need your all and nothing less than. I can't go on in between. It's everything or I'm chasing for the highs, afraid of getting close to someone else. Been running all my life to realize I'm running from myself. But I can't take it any longer now. This time I'm had enough. Yeah, I can't take it any longer now. 'Cause I won't give you up. too late now to turn around and back again. I made my bed and now I lay my head in it. And I'm sorry I'm not perfect, but I knew that I wouldn't be. I guess it's for the best, you know the worst in me. I'm no good at being good, but I never said I was. And I feel misunderstood, cause I'm trying hard to love. I'm sorry, my actions, they haunt me, and I'll never live it down. I'm no good at being good, but I never said I was. You call my bluff, I won't pick up, I let it ring. Record your voice so I can listen back again. And I'm sorry I'm not perfect, but I knew that I wouldn't be. I guess it's for the best, you know the worst in me. I'm no good at being good, but I never said I was. And I feel misunderstood, cause I'm trying hard to love. I'm sorry, my actions, they haunt me, and I'll never live it down. I'm no good at being good, but I never said I was. So do you wanna take me back? I'll have a broken plan, so we can start again. Won't turn down a second chance, I'm too selfish for that. I'll let you fall again, I'll let you know that I'm no good at being good, but I never said I was.
1,900 meters of punishing, thin, narrow, unyielding serpentine tarmac goes from sea level right to the top of the punishing Simola Hill in the Western Cape, overlooking the spectacular vistas of Knysna. This test requires the perfect marriage between man and machine, between grunt and finesse, and the power to tame the beast. More than 150 drivers who come to lay claim to 2 titles, seen by tens of millions the world over. This is Classic Car Friday. Hold on to your pith helmet. Here we go!
Hello everyone and welcome, and a particularly big welcome to our viewers from the SABC, South African Broadcasting Corporation, who join us as well. I'm Arnold Geertz, your host and your anchor, and I'm here with the main organizer of the Simola Hillclimb, Ian Shrewsbury. Ian, thank you so much for your time. Really nice to have you with us.
Thank you, Arnold. Great to be here with you today.
The qualifying times for the Friday, which shows off the old classic cars, the Buttes, the vintage cars, that's come and gone, and the qualification has gone for that as well. We're down to the nitty-gritty of the racing. How has the first morning been for you?
Yeah, it's been very good. You know, the cars have been quick on the track. The track's been perfect conditions, lovely weather, and there's some interesting times. I'm very curious to see now what happens with everybody. But as always, you know, classic cars is not so competitive. Lots of fun, lots of camaraderie around the pit lane, and that's what it's really all about, although we're going into the serious stuff now.
But there's very quick times, again, unexpectedly actually today, isn't it?
Very much so, yeah. You know, thought they wouldn't be as quick as they are now, but it's great to see. You know, it's always life, progression, never stops, does it?
It doesn't, and that's the whole point. So Franco Scribanti is the man who leads after the qualifying rounds with a very quick time of 39.932 seconds. And we make our way down to the start line, and the Classic Car Friday qualifiers are on their way, and that's a real classic car, because that's Gino Knoll, and he's off and running. We've got his timing there.
Gino's been with us for a long time at the hill climb. We first arrived at the DKW, which had a chain-driven engine, and it took him about 2 minutes to get up the hill. And over the years, he chopped away bits and pieces of the bodywork. And yeah, so his ambition was always to have to brake for one of the corners. But he eventually gave up with the DKW, and he changed to the Austin, and you know, that doesn't look that much faster. But anyway, he's having a great time.
He's having a fun time, that's all.
Exactly, and it's you know, pre-war, and that's what it's about. And you can see he's on the inside of the track there, so he's not going to throw it into the corner. But yeah, he's having fun, and that's what it's all about, as I mentioned earlier.
It's an Austin 7 Ulster, and believe it or not, this dates back to 1935, and it is in pristine condition, Ian.
It is, yeah. I was having a look at it earlier. It's immaculately prepared and really, really good nick. So that's what, you know, this is what we like with Classic Car Friday. We want the older cars. Although they're slow on the hill, there's so much fascination behind them and interest behind them. So, yeah, you know, this year is one of our lowest numbers of pre-war cars in the event. But hopefully next year we'll have a few more coming out and get back to having 6 or 7 pre-war cars on the hill.
So Classic Car Friday is where all the historic, the classic and the vintage cars come out and play, and this is the qualifier in H1. And Gino Noli is making his way up the hill with its 8 turns, 1,900 meters of up, and at an altitude at the end of 158 meters. There's the beautiful and famed shot of lovely Knysna, which we'll tell you about as well in a little while. That's Greg Smith, and he's on the way too. And Greg is also in an Austin. That's the Blown 7, and that's even older, 1928. Will you have it?
Yeah, great. Greg's also been here the last few years, and he also competed in the SA Historic Grand Prix in East London 3 years ago. You know, he's also one of the events here. He competed with his father, who was also in an old Austin. So it was a father and son bucket list thing they wanted to
Lovely.
do. But having done that, Greg's he loves coming to the event, and he pedals this old Austin pretty aggressively. You can see him.
Yep.
You can see
There you go, working the line. It's just stunning to see. I guess this also, it's so nice to see a whole different range and classes of cars coming through for you, Ian, over all the years, because this has been one of the mainstays of the event, is the Classic Car Friday.
Absolutely, you know, the classics has such a huge following, and internationally it's growing and growing and growing. And they're just such beautiful machines. They're old, but beautiful to see, beautiful to watch, and the guys driving them love them. You know, it's like their second wives, and they tinker with them, and it's really exciting.
Very exciting indeed as the cars get underway, more and more of them, and they get faster and faster as they go along. That happens to be, if I'm not mistaken, that's car 60, and that's Dave Alexander in the Lotus Ford, and that's a 1.6 litre Ford engine, and again, 1956.
Yeah, that's a old Lotus 7 chassis, and a very famous race car, obviously. Dave's also been with us every single hill climb, and each year he changes cars, brings a new one out of his collection, a real stalwart for the event, and yeah, he's pedaling it up quite hard there. It's really moving at a good pace there.
Also making use of all of the road. You'll see those swimming pool policemen on the side of the road, making sure that the drivers know exactly where to go and where not to go. That's car number 54. That's Aaron van Schaik, if I'm not mistaken. I hope I got that right. I do know that our man down there, Colin Hastie, is standing by to chat with us. We'll cross to him in a second or two as well. Here we go then. Car number 64. So car number 64, they're going slightly out of sequence here. That's Frederick Phillips, the Morgan Ford. Again, beautifully turned out, and the color of this car is just magnificent.
Yeah, real British racing green Morgan. They're also a classic British sports car, wooden frame. I think that one's got the wooden frame. I've got a strong history in motorsport in the UK. You know, they've raced many years, raced at Le Mans, raced British racing, and now in historics and classics they're very popular. So great old cars.
Ian, how hard has it been to put the event together under strict COVID rules and also not having spectators?
Yeah, it's been very challenging, Arnold. I think one of the biggest things is the uncertainty. We just not knowing what's going to happen from month to month and week to week, day to day. You know, with regulations, you plan, and then the rules change, regulations change. So that's made it very challenging from event perspective. But you know, we've just had to, like everybody, adapt, work with it, and survive and put on the show today. This is Barry Ingle in an old Porsche.
Yep, that's the Porsche Spider 550A. And again, this comes from 1955, these old classic cars. I can't help it, but I feel nostalgia when you look at them, and I think it brings back such a lost era of motoring to come to our roads again, and just to remind you of where motoring comes from, doesn't it?
Very much so. I mean, these are really classic early sports cars. And Barry's a good driver, you know, he's an ex-SA champion, so he can pedal the thing very well and very quickly. And look at him, he's really enjoying that. But yeah, beautiful to see these cars on the track.
Quick little run, that was not slow at all. That's car number 54. That is Aaron van Schaik and the Porsche. That's the RSR. Beautifully turned out as well. It makes me think a little of what Steve McQueen may have driven in days gone by.
Absolutely, classic 911. They're still so beautiful. You know, that car, not exactly sure what year, it's probably 60, late 60s, early 70s.
Yeah, 71.
And still as sexy as it was when it was launched, if not more so. They really are beautiful.
It's a classic design, and every single Porsche that you see still has some of these lines.
Absolutely. You know, at one point it looked like Porsche were going to go away from it, but I think they learned very quickly that the people just didn't want that at all. So got back to drawing on the lines and keeping that DNA in their 911s.
I think that Colin is ready for us down there in the pits. We'd love to hear what he has to say. you are listening to us, then right next to us here, we get this massive interruption every now and then because we are right above the start line. So the noise here is beautiful if you're a motoring man or girl. Let's hear what Colin has to say in the pits. Colin.
That's Ivan Marks in that Mustang. Unbelievable. He says it's got 1,000 horsepower, and you can see it's got a supercharger in it. And you can see how he battles to get acceleration from the line. Super, super critical to the time that you're going to produce in the up the hill. And it's to minimize the amount of wheel spin and get the car moving just before it breaks the timing barrier. The timing starts around about 3 meters after they actually get going, just to give the guys a chance to go up the hill. But down here in the pit lane, I've got chills. I've got the little hairs are standing up on my arm. Flat 6 Porsche, the iconic sound of a Porsche. And another one, your Honda Brain in the 42. These are all the top guys in their individual classes. This is the run that will decide where they fit in the individual class. The top 10, and so it's the first 3 cars in each class that go up to determine the class winner. Then, and for Classic Friday, then it's the top 10 shootout, and that's coming a little bit later. For those of you who remember Formula 1 and Formula 5000 cars from back in the day, this is John McNichol's actual race car, McLaren M10B. It's got massive amounts of Chevrolet horsepowers, Weaver carburetors, downdraft here. And if we get in close, you can see the linkage. Watch this linkage move as he revs it. That is the direct link into power. He'll go up, give it a bit of wheel spin, warm those tires up, because the warmer the tires are, the better they go. Arnie, let's follow your Honda Brain in the orange Porsche as he goes up the hill.
Thanks to Colin Hastie, our man down there in the pits. And in the meantime, the faster cars are really making their way up the hill very, very quickly now. And the conditions just about perfect. And is that why, Ian, we've seen faster times than we've seen before with the Classic Friday?
Yeah, I think so. You know, September, we're a bit warmer than we were in May. You never know the weather, but we have some hot days at any point in time. But yeah, it's just a nice warm day and almost perfect conditions.
Chris Knysna in that McLaren Chevrolet, and we were just saying as we were listening to Colin, this just for me brings back the glory days of early 60s motoring, and names like John Love and Dave Charlton and Peter Revson, Denny Hume, who won the South African Grand Prix all those years ago. And he is going spectacularly quickly at the moment. He produced the 4th fastest time at 46.787 earlier in qualification. He absolutely lets it all hang out.
These cars are just so magnificent. This is when I became interested in racing, and they captured my imagination, and that love affair started.
Yeah, no, me too. No, me too. It's exactly the same thing. So back at the start line now as more and more of the class challengers get ready to stake their claim.
This is Mac Werdendal in a Formula GTI. It's class H5.
So Mac Woodendahl is on his way. That's the VW, the DAW with a VW engine, 2 liters, 1989 model. And I love how this actually just doesn't leave any tarmac. It just sits, doesn't it?
It does, yeah. Typical single-seater. The interesting about this car is it was built in South Africa, competed against some of the imported Formula 2000s at the time. Built in Kempton Park by DAW Engineering. And this is a great era, you know. This was the era that Terry Moss, Chris Aberdeen, Mike Briggs, all raced in Formula GTI before they went on to their saloon car careers, or sometimes ran together with the saloon car careers. So it's a great era of South African motorsport that this car represents.
And magnificently built and still going absolutely like the clappers.
This is a Reynard Formula Ford. I actually drove one of these when I was playing in Formula Ford.
I remember that.
This is Robert Volk. And we'll see Robert tomorrow in a much faster A1 GP car. But these were just spectacular cars, really strong, well built. They were super Formula Fords, very competitive. Jan Magnussen and that era drove them when they were coming up in their careers, through their careers. Yeah, really fun. Formula Ford, you know, it's always the training ground of motorsport. Cars would slide around, you know, not much grip. So taught you about car control.
Yep.
Very simple, and almost every Formula 1 driver of the 70s and 80s came through Formula Ford.
Robert Volk, who produced the 5th fastest time earlier today, and here is the big banger. This is the one that everyone has come to see. Andrew Ian Schofield is away in that Minardi Cosworth. It makes the most ungodly noise. It is precious.
Oh, I just love it. You know, when Ian told me in 2019 he bought this car abroad, I said, you have to bring it to the hill climb. So this is a second Formula 1 car. We also had Andre Besaideno's Delara 89 previously, I think about 3 years ago.
Yeah.
But it's just so great. The sound of that car up the hill and the visuals, they really are spectacular. So we hope to have him in King of the Hill next year. I really hope so.
This is magnificent to see, and I know I sound like a real fan. I said it earlier. Just to look at a Formula 1 car here on South African soil, you're a bit gobsmacked in one way, isn't it?
Yeah, very much so. You know, we're so starved of Formula 1. I mean, South Africans love Formula 1, and to not have them, not have a Grand Prix, is quite tough on all of us fans, I think.
Yeah.
But you know, I know Jody Scheckter and the Scheckter family are involved in trying to bring a Grand Prix back, so hopefully quite soon we'll be able to see them again at Pile Army.
Love to. That is one man that I still want to shake by the hand and say, sir, you have no idea how you influenced a little boy from Springs, because he really fostered a love for Formula 1 in me at the time, because he was our world champion. And it's inspired, I think, hosts of other young South Africans who fell in love with the sport.
Very much so, absolutely. This is Jeff Mortimer, who's the previous winner of the event overall. 2012, I think Jeff won in a Mitsubishi at about, I think Jeff was about 78 at the time.
Trouble.
And just such a stalwart of motorsport. Jeff's been a champion in rallying, off-road, track racing, and on the preparation side too. You know, quite a genius. Many of the GTRs that we've had here, Jeff's prepared them, yeah. Very sad to see him go off there.
Yeah, just something went wrong. I saw him losing it on the left-hand side and was off-road there for a while, and I don't think he was able to get it back. He is 85 years old and still an absolute legend of the sport. I mean, there's practically not a title in motorsport in this country that he hasn't won.
Absolutely, so versatile, you know, across all formats of the sport. So, yeah, great history in the sports. You know, he's up there alongside the Sarah van der Merwes, you know, who's just done it, been there, done that, done everything.
Yeah. There's no doubt in my mind that Mortimer, his name is one of those that'll be synonymous with South African motorsport forever and a day. I'm just amazed that at his age he still wants to do this. That's the amazing thing.
Yeah, I think that's so fantastic. You know, I mean, we see it around the world every now and again. And recently, there's one of the old competitors competed for 50 years. I think he's 80, oldest guy ever to compete in NASCAR. 80, and he qualified and ran the race. You know, if you love the sport, and these are real enthusiasts, over time you see people coming to the sport, they come and they go, they race for a year or two, disappear, but the absolute enthusiasts hang around. And in our pit lane here, the hill climb, we see a lot of them. This event tends to bring a lot of them back. And it's just absolutely super that we have them here. Yeah.
I see another one of the legends of the sport, Francois Jordan, who was a South African champion, great navigator, is here in an official capacity, and he's been involved in that side, the admin side of the sport, also since before the Dead Sea was ill. Some people just come and can't leave, can they?
Absolutely, absolutely. You know, on our team we have a lot of ex-motorsport guys. Jeff Goddard, you know, is involved this year. We've got Paul Weavers involved as well. So yeah, the guys, you know, there's a good core of people that just stay and can't get it out their system. It is a drug.
Coming from a man who's very addicted and probably needs a bit of help as well, I would assume at the same time.
I'm not going to rehab that.
I hear you. If you've perhaps just joined us, I'm Arnold Getz, and you're watching us live from the Simola Hillclimb. And at this stage, we've just had a car that's gone off, and they do need to clean up debris a little bit. I don't think this is going to be a major mop-up operation, because Jeff was courteous enough to can actually have it cleaned up and get the flatbed out there and haul him away if that needs be. If they can get him out of there and perhaps he can still drive it away, that'll be first prize.
Yeah, it looked like something broke there. You know, no one's ever gone off there before, and it's not a place you'd go off on that. So it looked like as he got on the brakes, the car probably turned left. So maybe a pickup or something broke within the front suspension.
Let's go back live to Colin Hastie, who's now got an opportunity to speak to some of the drivers who are ready to go next.
Michelle Hamley is one of our female riders, Porsche 944. Michelle, you were hoping to break a minute. You're ahead in your class. What's the focus on now?
Went wrong.
Yeah, I'm sure. As he got on the brakes, I'm sure just
yeah.
broken to the left. Yeah.
How are you going to
Because
refocus your mind now?
Two wheels on the dirt.
Think 944, think Simola, and think class win, babe.
You've got about a 2-second gap ahead. That's quite comfortable.
I'm going to see what I can do, and I just want to say thank you to everybody for being here and for supporting us, and for Ian for getting this brilliant Simola Hillclimb back on.
I think we need to thank you for entertaining us.
Thank you, guys. I do appreciate it.
Michelle, thanks for talking to us. Right, we've got Michelle, Porsche 944. It's absolutely beautiful. She was saying earlier that it's a proper standard road car. It's still got its air conditioner in it. And she said that she needed to lose weight, but it's the car that needs to lose some weight. Charles Needham is next in the Cobra. Charles, you've got a weight now. Does that affect you at all?
It doesn't affect me. It just makes the nerves run a little more.
Beautiful car. Tell us quickly a little bit about it.
It's a wonderful motor car. It's a leader, Cobra.
So that we saw earlier was not the first crash of the day with Jeff Mortimer. This looked far worse, Ian Shrosby, than what it was in the end. The car got hurt, but luckily no injury to personnel.
Yes, luckily Callum got out of that unscathed. Obviously a bit of shock. He's a Knysna local. Yeah, sad on the car, but you know, that's the sport. There's always that danger, and yeah, we have to get through it and live to fight another day.
Yep. So that was one of the earlier crashes too. We're about 7th or 8th run of the morning, and that was another off. And here's one more of those, which was a tight squeeze to say the least.
Yeah, that was a very close call there. And I'm sure Robert's heart was in his mouth there. But
Yeah.
He's a great driver, again, a former champion. You know, those kind of things. I hate to say that he deals with it very often because he normally keeps on the black stuff. But with his experience, a less experienced driver might have been in trouble there. So Robert, with all his experience, got out of it.
It's, as someone who puts this together, obviously there are some danger areas out there where if you leave the dark stuff, you've got serious trouble. Luckily, we haven't had anything major here in all the years. How have you managed to do that, or is that just up to the drivers?
No, not really. You know, we've got more safety at this hill climb than probably any hill climb anywhere, really. We've got tyre barriers, FI spec tyre barriers to keep the guys going down into the trees and over the hill. If you look at events overseas, and strangely enough, America, with all the legal issues they have there, Mount Washington hill climb and Pikes Peak. You know, you go off the road there, you tumble down the hill for a long way in between boulders and so on. So, you know, our track is short. You know, Pikes Peak, it's impossible to have the safety because I think it's 12 miles, 19 kilometers long. Mount Washington's also quite long. It's not quite as long. So, you know, we're fortunate it's short. We can put up those high barriers. But it was one of the conditions when we got permission from MSA that we look at safety. Crowd safety is always the most important thing. So we focus first and foremost on crowd safety. But yeah, I mean, this, you know, all the spots we've had accidents over the years, we've put some barriers in. But at the end of the day, it's a hill climb, and a hill climb is a challenge, a bit like a rally stage. You know, when you blasting through a forest or an open road, if you go off the road, you're going to hit something, and it's going to be ANA. So that's just what it is. But yeah, we do what we can, and we've been fortunate that no one's been seriously hurt.
2 years ago, 2019, those very interesting innovations with the noodles on the side of the road. How have the drivers taken to that, Ian?
Yeah, so we used to put tires down. So the idea behind that is just to stop guys dragging dirt onto the track, especially in finals. You know, the canny old drivers, they're very good at dragging mud and dirt, especially in wet races and stones onto the track. So the idea was, so we used to run tires and just put tires up. And then some of the single-seater guys are saying, you know, if we hit a tire in a single-seater, it's not great. So we started the noodle system 2 years ago with wooden sticks, and it created a lot of delays on the track. When the guys hit them, we had to replace them, and the sticks broke off. This year we tried it with springs. Still not an ideal solution. We've had springs that get hit so hard that they bend and they break and they lose it. So we have to look at another solution. So speaking to the clerk of the course, Sparky, earlier, you know, we must see what the FIA is doing with things like this. We don't need to possibly reinvent the wheel, but we need to keep the guys off the dirt, because otherwise it affects the racing and so on. But we don't need to delay things. So whatever we come up with, it needs to have a certain amount of flexibility in it, but not cause too much damage to the car or the driver, or, you know, flip a car over or anything like that, which tires can do.
Yeah. So if you're sitting there and you've come up with a solution, send your solution to Ian Shrewsbury, and he'll make sure that your postage is covered. Ian,
only if it works.
There you go. The interesting thing of this is, and like most of the hill climbs throughout the world, this is a piece of normal open road which during the week is open to anyone to come and drive, and that's part of the appeal of it for the drivers, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. I think so. You know, it's just something that you can't do a million laps to practice. You know, we do get some people during the year trialing the hill, but that's obviously not our concern. But you know, over the weekend, today the guys who make the finals, I think, get 7 runs. In King of the Hill, they get 12 runs, I think it is. And so it's short, sharp, full focus, intense, short blast, and yeah, the bumps are there. You know, it's unforgiving. So mistakes get punished, as we've seen. And I think that's part of the attraction, you know. And then it goes back to the earliest forms of motorsport. Before they built racetracks, it was hill climbs and racing between cities, because that was a public road. So it kind of harks back to the original origins of motorsport. But yeah, conditions change. That's what it is, you know, and it's not a racetrack.
There is the Porsche as it makes its way down on the flatbed. It's now going to be returned. So it seems like something must have broken there, because if it was drivable from there, I would assume that Mr. Mortimer would have liked to have driven it. But let's find out. We'll try and find out for you exactly what the scenario is there. And luckily, the way I think that it worked out, not too much debris on the route either there. So it looks like it's nice and clean and ready to roll again.
Yeah, I think he went far enough off, and unless there was any oil that dropped off on the way off, if maybe a gearbox seized, or who knows what happened. But yeah, it looked very clear, and the team seems to have left, so I'm sure we'll be going again in a minute or two.
And while we've got a second or two, you guys also have done some incredible social responsibility work through the Simola Hillclimb. Just tell our viewers about that.
Yeah, so, you know, right from the beginning, we engaged with local charities, and so over the time we've done work with Knysna Animal Welfare. After the fires in 2017, Green Pop. So over time, we've done it from our organisers' point of view. We've donated about 650,000 rand to charities. We also use charities. We support them, and they help us with personnel. So Lions, Sedgefield and the MG Car Club, who then donate to their preferred charities, and Rotary over the years. We use them and make a donation to them. We prefer to do that. And yeah, so it's always good, you know. We like to give back to the community. That's what this event started, was to help the community after the 2008 financial crisis. So it's nice to give a little bit back, absolutely. And the causes are all great causes. You know, unfortunately, we can't help everybody. We get a lot of knocks on the door from charities to help, but it's just impossible.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're great and very happy that we've been able to help the charities over the years.
Colin Hastie moves fast. He's caught up with Jeff Mortimer down there in the pits. Cole, take it away.
Jeff, first of all, are you okay?
100% fine, thank you.
What happened?
Well, it's simple. A driver error which happened in the pit before I left because I forgot to clip the steering wheel on properly.
No, Jeff.
And it ended up in my lap at about turn 10.
And what goes through your mind then when you know you've got no steering?
No. Well, you think, what an idiot.
But you're not an idiot. You're a past champion of this hill.
Well, you know, it's never happened to me in my life, anything like this before, but it was quite an experience. But fortunately, managed to avoid too big a crash.
Jeff.
Drove over the ditch into the bush a bit.
And to admit an error takes, you've always been straightforward and honest, Jeff.
Yeah, well, you know, you've clipped the steering wheel on properly the whole weekend up to now, and then you don't do it when you need to.
I bet you're going to do that, clip it on and tug from now on.
Forever.
Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Jeff Mortimer, 85 years old, previous South African racing champion, rally champion, great guy. Absolutely magic. Jeff, thanks a lot for chatting to us. And now the track action is about to start. So back to you, Arnie, in the booth.
Well done. I find that hard to believe that an absolute legend like that makes me feel better about some of the mistakes I make, Ian.
Yeah, absolutely, Arno. But you know, newfangled stuff. They never used to have clip-on steerings in these days. So the steering was fixed with nuts and bolts. But anyway, you know, it just shows you how easily things can slip through the cracks.
Yeah. And a mistake like that could be rather serious. In the end, Charles Needham in the Ford 8.8. That's the Shelby Cobra Mark III. That's not enough engine, surely, the 8.8 litres. I mean, really, you know, is that enough?
Nothing like American muscle, yeah, absolutely, and tweaked by Peter Lindenberg and Lindenberg Racing. So it's you know, you can make sure that 8.8 has got all the power that you can extract out of it.
He's taking some good lines here, and he's working it hard.
Yeah, so the Cobra is also such a fantastic classic car. You know, I think the Le Mans legend, the American racing legend, Carroll Shelby. There's just so many great stories around this car. And Ford obviously challenging Ferrari. It's just, again, such a big part of motoring history, and it's so nice to see them on the track.
And it's not often that you get to see these pushing the limits like this here in South Africa. Beautifully done as he comes across the line and over the brow. And here's another one of those beautifully turned out cars. This is Peter Lindenberg in one more of the Shelby Fords. This is the 5-litre 1965 GT350. This thing just screams car on steroids.
It does. And Steve McQueen, just the wrong color. But yeah, I mean, again, what an iconic car, the Mustang. It's you know, in its time, it just revolutionized motoring, sports car motoring around the world. And yeah, it's again just such a classic. They're still around racetracks all around the world. You know, lots. I don't know how many hundreds of racing, but probably a couple of hundred racing around the world, and a crowd favorite. Just absolutely amazing. And I mean, Peter as well, so much history in South African motorsport, you know, on track and on water.
Yep.
Springbok skier, South African champion powerboat racer, and a South African champion race car driver. So, you know, so much history there. And now with his daughter, Paige, also racing, you know, that Lindenberg name is still very high up in motorsport.
And it's going to continue for a long time. Graham Nathan in that beautifully turned out BMW now. He's had his struggles with this car because it seems like sometimes the BMW wants to drive Graham instead of the other way around. He really has to work this baby around here.
Yeah, so Graham again, you know, won Polo Championships and so on, always driving it very hard. I think that's part of it. You know, he's not cruising around. So So that's why he's on the limit with it. Graham we were speaking earlier about tyres. Graham clipped tyres one year coming up to where he's coming up now into the left hand, and it shot him right off over the edge right here. So he knows all about that tyre barrier there. But yeah, Graham's always competitive and drives whatever car is behind the wheel of, he drives it as hard as he can.
Very impressive as he gets underway. Here's another vehicle that just looks and sounds absolutely amazing.
Yeah, Andre beside that. So Andre is in his gold in King of the Hill. He's the fastest time up the hill, 35 seconds. He's raced this Porsche for a long time, absolute Porsche aficionado. And Andre's also raced a lot around South Africa. He's raced the 9 hour in 2019. Yeah, great competitor, loves motorsport, loves his Porsches, very quick driver. A great fan of the hill climb. And then this is one classic Martini Porsche, just such a beautiful car.
It is an absolutely gorgeous car and dates from 1974. That wing at the back, man, you could fit a small sedan on the back of it, couldn't you?
Absolutely. I mean, the wings in that era were very, very big, and yeah, really part of the car.
There's another beautiful car waiting to get its marching orders, the Ferrari. Here's one more of those Martini Racing Porsches. They are really magnificent.
This is Rui Campos, who runs a lot of Shelby. Shelby, the old Vodacom Sports prototype sports cars. But yeah, he loves his old Porsche as well, race historics with this. Very competitive driver as well. If I'm not mistaken, he also won a Shelby Championship one year.
Doesn't back off at all, does Rui, and he is in the 911 RSR again. This one first saw the light of day in 1974, and just a classic look, lovely lines, and that Martini Racing leverage is just beautiful to see.
Absolutely. Yeah, we have Enzo Kuhn on the line. Enzo, obviously a South African rally champion. Also been a favourite at the Hill Climb for many years. Ex-Volkswagen Works driver. This is his first year in this car, and he's really enjoying it. I saw him in the pits earlier. He's loving this.
The Lola, which Enzo was able to pilot to the 6th fastest time earlier today in qualification. He clocked 47.151, and he will want to better that. He's a big, tall lad, and he's really giving this everything. He's got another guy who's won just about everything in South African motorsport, Enzo Kuhn, and comes from a great motoring family.
Yeah, Enzo is a South African champion, but he's races a lot of cars, track and dirt. Loves all forms of the sport. Can't remember if he's done cross-country racing, but yeah, loves it. Always out there, races Viet Masters in Cape Town, and always competitive.
That looked like a particularly quick run. I think that could be very close, if not faster than his earlier run, and he's certainly worked that for everything he was worth. Right, so there we go. It's interesting to note, Schofield has clocked 41.175, Andre Besaidnout in the second spot, 45.980, and then the man who's come from almost nowhere and made it very difficult for everyone else, Chris Knysna, and he is staying there in 4th place.
Yes, a multiple winner, both in Classico Friday and King of the Hill, Franco Scribanti. Always immaculately turned out cars, the Chevron B26. Classic sports car from the 70s. Engine's different. V8 from 2 Hayabusa motorbike engines that are welded to join together. Get it from the UK. So this is a super quick car, very trick. Definitely not the same spec as it was when in its heyday. But Franco always quick and competitive and wants to win.
And knows this track like the back of his hand, as we were saying earlier. Oh, that looks like a quick run as well. That really looked fast. And he was using every bit of the road there and used the weight of the car beautifully through the corners. Let's wait for that time to come through, because now all of the runners in this particular area, we're just waiting. So it's going to be close. I have a feeling that this could be really close. So the top 10 as it stands at the moment, but let's now wait and see if Franco Scribanti's name is going to come up there in the top 2, 3 or 4, whatever it may be. It's still Chris Knysna. 41.175.
Schofield, Ian Schofield.
I beg your pardon,
41.
Schofield, yeah. Sorry.
Then it's Andre Besaidnout in that beautiful Porsche.
Yep.
Then Chris Nezovic in the old Lola.
40
McLaren, apologies.
46.605. So
Robert Volk in the Formula Ford, 46.92. That's a great time for that car.
Yeah,
It really is
it
a
is.
fantastic time.
Enzo Keen then in the 5th place. Car number 12 was in the hands of Rui Campos, and he is in the 7th spot.
There's Franco's time, just popped up, 39.5.
There you go. That just goes to show that is really, really quick. If you go back to recent times and over the years, it is magnificently fast. And I can tell you that that's not too far away from the times that were clocked 2 years ago. Franco won in that Nissan R35 GTR, the King of the Hill result 2 odd years ago in 39.342. It just goes to show. And the Classic Car Friday result, there was the Chevron B19, and Franco won that 2 years ago in 42.574. So some really fast times today.
Yeah, 3 seconds quicker. I mean, it is, the car is a lot quicker than the B19, but that's a big chunk of time up this hill.
It's significant.
It really is significant.
Yeah.
And the fact that he's so close to his GTR, he's pedaling.
It shows you. No, it shows you there really is an improvement and a big jump. We worked out earlier that you are completing 100 meters every 1 second once you've gone off the line. Your reactions, your reaction time, and the way that you pick line and go is just, this stresses it to the limit, Ian.
Absolutely. It is a fast hill climb. Often hill climbs are tight and twisty, but this is a quick one. Average speed, on race time is 193 k's an hour,
Yeah.
I think, from a standing start. So that just shows you it happens very, very quickly on this hill, and that's why the margin for error just isn't there really. That's why the intensity, the focus that drivers like Dion Joubert and everybody has told us is so unique with this event, just
Yeah.
because it is all so short, such a short period of time, and you just have to get it absolutely spot on right.
And there's not a space for a mistake. That you can't make a half a mistake here, because if you slow off the line, that's the opportunity gone. You've got so many runs, and that's it, isn't it?
Exactly, and I mean that's why this one-run shootout is so exciting at the end of it, because the pressure builds. The qualifying's one thing, but the pressure on these class final runs and the top 10 shootout, you just cannot make a mistake. Too much wheel spin, missed gear change, missed braking point,
Wrong
and
line.
that's for run, and you don't win. You know, so and over the years, the winning margins have been so close. I think over the first 9 years we ran this event, the winning margin was an average of 0.2 of a second. It has widened a little bit in recent years, but so 0.2 of a second, as we know, is nothing. So any little mistake costs you your shot at winning the title.
And it's not, as we said earlier, it's not like the boys can come up here and practice all day, every day. This is a once-off shot. It's not like you can really train for this effectively, can you?
No, not really at all. So exactly that. Again, the surface changes every day. So today's surface could be very different tomorrow. So that is all part of it. Adapting quickly, understanding it, and you can't practice. You open it tonight. Traffic comes through tonight, brings dirt onto the track. It's just very different every day.
Ian Shrewsbury, the man who puts the whole of the Simola Hillclimb together. It's Classic Car Friday, and the top 10 has now been determined, and I know that Mr. Hasty is as determined to speak to some of them as well. Colin.
We spoke about Robbie Walk in the Kent Formula Ford. Robbie, it wasn't your fastest time, but second in the class. You've got to be happy.
Yeah, we're only a 10th slower than our quickest time today. So obviously I was in fun. So I mean, it's not really. I think we qualified 5th overall. So yeah, if we can bring it home in the top 5, top 6, I think it'll be quite impressive for this little standard Formula Ford Kent. So
It is unbelievable. It's 100 horsepower. It's got to be and handle incredibly well.
Yeah, just over 100, I think 105, 110. But obviously just stock standard, ACB 10 tyres as they run them. So yeah, it certainly is. I mean, all it really is a little lift here and there to shift down if you need to. So yeah, I mean, through the corners is fantastic. Just doesn't have the grunt up the straight, but yeah, barring that, through the corners, it's awesome.
Going to be a big change tomorrow when you get in the A1 car, and that gives up the rear end.
Yeah, about 500 horsepower more, so yeah, it should certainly wake up the senses. So, but nice to get your eye on with this, and it's always good fun on Classic Car Friday. So, no, we're having fun, and hopefully we just get a decent run in the last one, top 5. So,
I love just seeing the smile, and that's what this Classic Car Friday is about: is the emotions of cars from an era has gone by that make grown men bring grown men.
yeah, it certainly is. So, enjoying every minute of. So, yeah, one more run to go. So hopefully it's a good one.
Awesome stuff. Thanks a lot for chatting to us, Robbie.
Cool, thanks, Colin.
Right, they go into the top 10 shootout. The top 10 shootout starts with number 10. The slowest of the top 10, and it's around about 10 minutes time. There are a lot of drivers that we want to talk to, and what we would love to do is bring it to you. Very, very busy pit lane. You'll just see they're bringing in the Minardi MN189 Formula One car. This thing, United States Grand Prix, qualified on the front row. Pierluigi Martini. It is as original as the car can be. Many of the stickers are from the period. Absolutely magnificent. Let's see if we can have a quick word with Ian while he's still got his helmet on. Ian, that was a good run.
Yeah, not too bad, not too bad. I think there's still a bit more time there to be found. But yeah, it was okay. Quite happy with that.
You now go into the top 10. Where do you think you'll be able to find some time?
Good question. Little bits here and there, I think. The problem is we're just not getting the tyres. As you can see, the lines are still on them from the being new, and they're too hard. They're not coming in fast enough, so I'm just not getting enough grip.
So to develop that grip, you've either got to get some temperature into them.
We couldn't get the right tyres for the hill climb.
So you effectively got a compound step one a little bit too hard.
Yeah, we couldn't get the tyres that we wanted for this car in time. So.
But you've made many people happy. Certainly, for me, like a kid in a toy shop, just hearing the Cosworth V8 engine again.
It sounds great. The organisers asked me to bring the car, so we did, and I hope we've entertained a few people today.
You certainly have. Thank you very much, and good luck for the top 10.
Thank you very much.
Ian Schofield does an immense amount of work for motorsport in South Africa. Really top guy. We're going to try and talk to Josh Dovey. Now, Josh Dovey drives a Janetta G4, advertising man from Joburg. It's light, it's fast, and it's fun. Josh Dovey, you in the top 10 shootout again?
Yeah, just by the skin of my teeth. It was very close with Charles and Peter Lindenberg, I think. But yeah, squeezed in. Nice to be here.
So a little Janetta beats a huge Mustang.
It's the weight, Colin. It's the this thing weighs 620 kilos, and we're putting out about 200 brake horsepower from the Ford. So it's the power to weight ratio and very nimble, So I think that gives you.
You've driven this car for a number of years up the hill. You still seem to be enjoying it immensely.
I love it. It just gets better every year, and being able to come back after last year when obviously the event didn't happen. I mean, congratulations to the organisers and everybody involved, because it's just fantastic.
I think we also need to congratulate the competitors. You bring emotions alive in many of us who we thought were never to be awoken again when we see the cars and we hear them, and just it brings back huge memories.
I was just looking at the monitor myself, actually, when the other cars are going up, and when you see the speed they're carrying through, it still does it for me, even though I'm watching someone else. It's wonderful experience, and perfect venue, and lovely way to see motorsport with the hill and the coverage.
Now there's 158 odd meters of vertical climbing up here. Yes, you're carrying a little bit of weight. The climb out of turn 2 up to 3, That's still takes a toll on the car.
Yeah, it does. That's. I mean, I'm third up there. I'm just pulling fourth at the end, but I'm not moving much mass. So as long as you can carry speed out of this first turn here, or second turn, then you get a bit of a boost up the hill. As ever with a hill climb, it's all about the start line.
So what is the trick in getting a good launch with this Ginetta G4?
Just making sure not too much wheel spin, let it bite, and let first run. Don't pull second too early because it'll bog.
And then you talk us just very quickly, you've got a gentle left kink, not much of a corner with this.
That's third by then, and then get on it as soon as you think you can, and that's always a moment. And then once you're through that right-hander, as you said, it's up the hill, and that's quick and a lot of fun. The trick this year was actually a lot of guys were missing the braking points into the left-hander there. I think it's turn 3, because the bridge is not there now. But after a few runs, we all got used to that, and now we've all figured it out again.
It's amazing how quickly you get used to changes in track, Josh. Yeah. We've probably got about 6 or 7 minutes left to go. How are you preparing your focus here?
Well, I'm just, when I'm sitting here looking at what's in front of me, I'm trying to just think corner by corner. Tried a few things today in terms of the gear I was in when I go into certain corners. Some worked, some didn't. And that's, that I think I've got the perfect solution now, but we'll see. I'm way 10th, but the challenge for me is improving on my previous time.
Josh, thanks for chatting to us. Good luck. Get your focus in and do your best.
Cheers, mate. Bye.
Lovely car. So it's like 600 kilograms. It's super, super light. We're going to see if we can get hold of Franco Scribanti, who's right at the back of the pit, but we can see if we'll get one of the guys. Just have a close-up look at this car. It is absolutely magnificent. And Eddie here looks after the thing. And they've taped up the brake ducts, which is, Eddie, everything running well with the car?
Everything 100%, Uncle Colin. Very happy so far.
And the repairs that you made to the front, that's all holding together?
It is, yeah. Quick repair. Eugene just had to do something to get it good.
Awesome. Well done, Eddie.
Thank you, Uncle Colin.
Have fun. Eddie, looks like this is his baby. He'll tell you. It really does call it his baby. But we are very close to get going. This is the top 10 shootout, where they take the 10 cars that were quickest up until now, reset the times to 0, and this is the Run for Classic Car Friday award. Now, Arnold, in our booth, over to you. Talk us through these runs.
Thanks very much, Colin Hastie. He's said it a few times. He's like a kid in a candy store. He loves it down there. Chero de Siena has joined us again from Cars.co.za. Thanks very much for joining us. And the hot seat it's a big seat you're sitting in now, and after Ian has vacated it, so no pressure. Okay.
Yeah, no, just follow the guy who puts the whole thing together.
Yeah.
No pressure.
No pressure. You handled yourself very well earlier. We're going to do exactly the same. So the top 10 shootout, and really looking at these times, this blows me away, because we are almost at the time that the King of the Hill title was won 2 years ago outright.
Yeah.
This is remarkable.
Yeah, we're already in the 39s, and pretty incredible, really. Franco's having a really good day. The track seems very, very quick today, and he's making the most of it. So basically, it's who can take on the Chevron right now.
So the top 10 just about ready to go, and it is car number 14. Now remember, the top 10, they go from slowest to fastest, and car number 14, Josh Dovey, and that Ginetta, the Ford Z-Tech. It's a 1.8 litre car, 1965. How beautiful is it that a vehicle from that era is right up here in the top 10?
That is fantastic to see, and lovely to see a car like that in that condition as well. Just so purpose-built for going fast. It looks fast even though it hasn't even left yet.
Yeah, your hair hasn't started blowing back yet, and you're already getting caught in the backdraft here.
Yeah. Full roll cage inside there as well. That's good to see. And that'll stiffen up the chassis as well, which will help him in the corners. And this thing is a delight to watch go up the hill. It really is. So we're just waiting for the all clear.
And ready to rock and roll.
Here we go.
That transponder clicks on, and
Whoa.
Josh Dovey's on the way.
That was a lot of wheel spin, and the nose was pointing at the wall there. But he controlled it.
Didn't quite have it going in the right direction there. Unfortunately, we seem to have just lost our pictures a little bit. We apologize for that. We're as desperate to see it. Here we go. Guess who's back? The cloud man, Graham Nathan.
The cloud creator. I was actually just down there now in the pit lane when he did that burnout, and the poor marshal is just wiping rubber off of his pants.
Rubber sandwich. Thanks for coming.
Yeah, no, it was pretty cool to watch. It really was. Oh, little bit squirrely out the corner there, but he is really pushing.
Dovey is giving it absolutely everything he's got. He's getting every little bit of tarmac that he can. Sideways again. That looked fast.
That was quick.
However, I think that start would have cost him. So there goes Graham Nathan. And Nathan is in that beautifully turned out BMW, the 3.5 E9 from 1972. Beautiful to see.
The time I've got here for Josh Dovey, Arnie, is a 51.3. So
okay.
it did seem like he lost a little bit of time on the start, but it looked quicker than that to me, I must be honest.
Yeah, well, that's what the timing device says now. And the car wearing number 42. This is Johan de Bruyn in the Porsche 911R from 1967. I love the fact that these older cars have shown up in the top 10. And they are racing for glory here. Oh, Nathan, in, right, left. Make sure that the weight is on the other side of the car. He is throwing that steering wheel around. Let's see how tight he takes this right-hander in there through the S's and up over the top of the hill he goes.
Nice. 49.2.
49.2 seconds it is for him. Right now, let's see de Bruyn. He's on the way.
This orange Porsche is a delight to watch. It really is. And the driver behind the wheel there is giving it absolutely everything. If you watch the nose of the car on the exit of the corner, it's sort of a little bit understeery, and then he's dialing that out and getting the car back onto the straight and narrow. There it is, a little bit of oversteer actually on the exit there, but he's got it completely under control.
He does seem to have it nicely under control. That's the one thing that I've seen about de Bruyn so far with every one of the runs. Oh, there for the first time. Commentators cursed the moment I said it. But again, he's rescued it quite nicely.
Yeah, and I think he was so close to the pool noodles there that they moved it with his wind. That was really tight on the corner.
48.714 de Bruyn has got down. Right, so here's Rui Campos, the Porsche 1974 911 RSR. This thing sounds and looks and is mean.
From the days when alcohol advertisers
was still okay. Yeah,
it was. Well, actually, no, that's not quite right, because I think Johnny Walker still sponsors McLaren.
I think so. Yeah, but only just.
Yeah,
only just.
I'm sure it's on its way out. But the Martini branding, that livery, absolutely iconic, isn't it? Just beautiful to see.
How tight did he stay on the right-hand side there? He was so close to getting those wheels off the tarmac surface. Campos up the left, now into the right-hander. Got to be careful here.
It always fascinates me how Porsches have the engine hanging out the back, but yet they have so much front-end bite. I just don't know how they engineer that. And get that right, because I mean, look how the front of that car is just nailed to the surface of the track.
Possibly that's aerodynamics, isn't it? The way that car has just been put together, maybe that's the way. So Rui Campos, he knocks down a 47.830.
Now Enzo in the Lola, and this thing's been quick. It really has.
Now, this is the Lola Ford 5-litre 8-cylinder T70. Keen is wanting to give this everything. Oh, gave it a little twitch there.
Yeah.
He lined that up and then thought, no, maybe a little more. Let's go 2 centimeters the other way.
You know, the later they get on the brakes there, the better. But you've got to balance it, because if you miss your turn-in point, or if you're still on the brakes at your turn-in point, then things can start going wrong for you.
He really is throwing this one around. I think this is the least cautious we've seen him so far during all of the runs. Not that he's been slow at all. Look at that. He's making it drift. Over the line he goes. 47.793. That's also pretty quick.
I actually don't, if memory serves, I actually don't think that's his best time. I think he's been in the 46s, so not a perfect run there from Enzo. And as we were saying earlier, absolutely everything has to go right for you to get your best time. Every gear shift, every corner.
Quite right. Absolutely quite right. Robert Volk, the man who has been here and has tried his level best every time that he's been here, absolutely loves this, as you heard in the interview with Colin Hastie. Oh, he's going some very aggressive lines as well here.
Nice to see the open wheelers out there. These are generally the fastest cars up the field, although a highly modified Nissan is also a formidable contender.
Yeah. The Reynard looking good in the hands of Robert Volk. It's a 1.6 Reynard 87. Volk 47.039. That's a very good run. Now, here we go. This is Chris Knysna in the McLaren Chevrolet from 1967. Let's see how he goes. He has been very quick all along. He's already clocked 46.787 today. Let's look at these lines as he comes over the brow there.
That's a very quick car, that. Probably not as much sort of aero as your modern Formula One cars, or the more modern cars that we're seeing with the Minardi today. So not as sticky, not as planted on the ground. You'll have to be wrestling that a little bit more, but he's doing a fantastic job of it.
Coming up to the line now. There he goes across. Yep. 46.4. That is his fastest run of the day so far.
So we're in the 46s now. And that doesn't look like that's gone too well.
Oopsie, that is not the one that you wanted. That, unfortunately, something has gone wrong, and very badly wrong here.
That's a pity. This is one of my favorite cars on the grid, with that gigantic spoiler hanging off the back, and it looks like he is looking for a parking space, unfortunately.
That's Andre Besaidnout. That, I'm afraid, is it. So Besaidnout's Porsche RSR has let him down here just off the line.
That's a real pity.
It is.
And obviously Andre Besaidnout, a long-time competitor here, and absolutely, and the current record holder.
Record holder, yeah.
So he'll be disappointed with that, but it just sounded like something in the engine made a break for freedom, and that's never good.
A break for freedom, you say, huh? Okay.
That's a real pity, Shep.
Yeah, that is a pity. Besaidnout will be heartbroken about this, because everything looked so good. He was really, really quick. He was, in fact, third fastest in qualifying at 46.064. Almost broke the 46-second barrier. And the flatbed comes out. That's not what he would have liked to have seen.
So proceedings taking a bit of a break, unfortunately, Arnie. And I suppose at this point, the tire warmers go back on the cars in the pits, keep the tires warm, keep everything primed and ready to be called out to race.
Let's see if Colin, in the meantime, has been able to line up someone that he can chat with in the pits.
Quibus, you looking after Franco. He's got the fastest time so far. How does a delay like this upset your preparations?
Not at all, Uncle Colin. Luckily, we see it early enough, so we'll keep him on the warmers, on the trestles, and then as soon as it's cleared up and the sky goes, then we're off. So it doesn't affect at all,
And
as long as we're still on the warmers.
You got to keep the tire warmers on, and the reason for that is to get the rubber a little bit hotter so you got grip.
100%, yes, Uncle Colin.
And car running good?
Car running very, very well. The trackers seem to change a little bit with the policemen, so Franco needs to take different lines, which I think makes us a little bit slower. But other than that, the car is behaving well.
By policemen, you mean those orange bollards that stand up so that, and if you hit them, you lose your complete run.
100%, yes, but the problem is some of the cars go so close past them, then they actually bend over. So when Franco do a run afterwards, he needs to be careful that they're not actually hanging over into the circuit.
Driver's got to be wide awake.
He is.
I know he is. I'm going to try and talk to him now. Let's see if we can talk to Franco. Franco, what's going through your mind now with the delay?
Oh, not much, eh? We're just waiting for the stuff to be cleared and let's get on with it. I mean, yeah, it's not lacquer to wait like this.
It was interesting to see you were watching the monitor, and the minute you saw the cars slow down, you let the guys know almost before they knew.
Well, I didn't want them to take the tyre warmers off, that's why when I saw it, yeah.
Do they make a real big difference?
They do. There's a lot of, yeah, there's a lot to be found with tyre warmers and what to do with them, yeah.
Which is a trade secret, and you'll never tell us, will you?
Never.
Good luck, Franco.
Thanks, Colin.
He's true. They will never, ever say anything. Let's try and see if we can talk to Ian's teams. The Porsche, I'm told, is going up the hill, but let's see if we can talk to Stuart, who's over here. Stuart Thompson, WCT Engineering. Interesting times now where you were ready to go, the warmers were off, and then stop.
Yeah, Colin, I guess it's part of this discipline of the sport, but we're trying to keep a little bit of heat in the tyres and we'll just have to see how it goes.
Talking to Ian, he said that he's really battling to switch the tyres on. I suppose the real solution for that is a softer compound.
Indeed, this is a circuit racing compound and it's just quite frankly not soft enough.
But it's still fantastic to see and to hear a Ford Cosworth V8 at max revs up this hill.
It's a real treat, it's fantastic.
Awesome. So now the basic preparation, keep the heat in the car, have the starter ready at the back. Anything else you're looking at?
No, that's about it. That's about it. So the best laid plans of mice and men, because the tyres were nice and warm, but now they will have lost quite a lot of that temperature.
As we say, motorsport is for kings and other people, and they're interesting people around today.
Indeed.
Stewie, thank you very much for talking to us. Look after the car. It is absolutely. Can you imagine, just to go back, to watching Pierluigi Martini in 1989 in this thing. The grandfather of the current Toro Rosso cars.
AlphaTauri, I think.
AlphaTauri,
yeah, indeed.
Pierre Gasly's car's grandfather.
That is what it is. Yeah.
Same factory in Fienza. Unbelievable. Thanks, Stu. It's a Minardi, proper Minardi parts. It's for realsies, guys. It's Formula One. 1989. It's a while ago. But still, it's Formula One. Makes the skin tingle. It gives emotions. Like, I mean, even just looking at it. It has emotions that are just unbelievable. Let's have a quick word with Greg Canny, who is running the car. Greg, you basically just got to wait, keep the heat in the tires.
Yeah, indeed. It's a pack of Formula One. I mean, it gives you goosebumps. We rebuilt this whole car during COVID. During the COVID times, rebuilt my first Formula One engine, complete rebuild. So it's a total pack of Formula One.
And for you working on it, it's
Amazing.
like unreal.
Amazing opportunity.
Awesome. Right, he's starting it. They plug the motor in the back. And now you can't hear me. So Arnie, we're back to you in the booth. Oh man, what a sound. What a pleasure. What a privilege.
Right, so we come on here, ready to rock and roll with Scott lined up and waiting.
And of course, unlike a modern Formula One car, he's actually got to change gears in there and operate the clutch, and he can't stall it. Well, he can, but you don't
want to. No, you don't want to. The Minardi Cosworth on the line, ready to go. Waiting and waiting. This is the last thing he actually needs at this stage, because as you were saying earlier, Shiro, that if the Formula One start overheating like this, that's the last thing they want to do.
Yeah, they need a lot of air.
No, there we go. Yeah, he's decided to call it off.
And the bigger problem he's facing right now as well is that every second that his tires are out of the blankets, he's losing tire temperature in an F1 car. That's just critical.
Yeah. Don't want to do that. That's the last thing they now needed to do. Unfortunately, that car, that Porsche, that gave up the ghost from Andre Besaidnout, unfortunately just at the wrong time, and it's taken a while to get it over the top and over the brow, and of course I think they're going to leave it there because it needs to be turned around and brought back down this way. That's too low to come down the other way. So I'm afraid it's going to be interesting to watch how long it's going to be before we get Ian Schofield and that Minardi Cosworth back out there. There we go. But now remember that in the meantime, the tires have not been under wraps. They've already cooled down quite a lot.
Andrew Schofield's mechanic there was talking about these are circuit tires, and circuit tires will be designed to hold warmth and build warmth over a longer period. If you remember Andre Besaidnout's hill climb special, his tires were of such a soft compound that they couldn't even put the car down on the road because it would pick up stones before the start. So
right, so now we are ready to go, and he's off and running. Let's see how fast he can go now. The time to go at here is that 46.4. Let's see. Let's just see how clean this run is.
I think he needs about a 40 to be competitive here, Arnie. And he'll know that as well. The pressure's really on. He's got one shot at this. And that's a good line through there, using all the downforce he's got.
Really taking a clean run through here. It's been very decisive and very clean so far. But chasing that force, 46.4.
Clipped a pool noodle there, and he's across. And he's gone under 40, Arnie. Look at that.
39.599. That is really, really quick. So I think the gauntlet is broken. I think it's been thrown. I think it's been thrown.
It's up to this man now in the orange chevron.
Scribanti lines it up and leaves quickly.
That thing 0 to 100 in 2.5 seconds.
Man.
Gets to that first corner before you've had a sip of your coffee.
This run could be over faster than what you can blink 4 times. Franco Scribanti in that chevron with the 2 Suzuki engines from 1972. The shape is, the engine not so. Let's see what this run is like. He keeps it left, and then hard through the right-hander. Now, what does the weight do? Yeah, he had a little twitch there, but it lined up perfectly. Slides it around.
Is magnificent watching that go up the hill, and he's already across the line. We're waiting for the time to come through.
Second.
Yeah, he's gone second.
39.943. Wow. Schofield has done it.
Yeah, Schofield's got it in the Minardi. Is that the whole field? 10 races?
That's it. That's it. Yeah. So Andrew Ian Schofield, 39.599, and Scribanti, 39.943. So 400ths of a second, and it's all over. In fact, slightly less than that, actually, for what it's worth. And there is a penalty, it seems. It may very well be that Schofield is going to get a penalty. You noticed it. You noticed that he hit the pool noodle, and that policeman was there for a reason, so we'll find out what that situation will be.
Oh, that would be a shame. That's the rules, I suppose, but
we're going to try and find out from Colin if that is indeed so. Colin Hastie has put on his Usain Bolt sprinting shoes. There he goes. You can see him. He's on his way, and he's looking for the clerk of the course. Let's see. Cameraman and the link man is running after Colin. It's tough when the cameraman can't keep up with Colin. Let's go live to Colin. He is down there with the clerk of the course.
What's the situation? Did the clipper pole or not?
Our observers, it hasn't clipped the pole. We need to look at some TV footage, and then we'll be able to make a decision.
So we got to wait.
Have to wait.
No, the tension.
Well, that's part of motorsport, I think, Colin.
It is. You've got to be fair. So there you have it. The observers, the human beings with the eyes, had a look, and they don't think that he clipped it. But now we need photographic evidence. So let's get the evidence from the pictures and see. So far, the guys, there was a shock in the pits, a stunned silence, because the Schofield guys didn't think they'd done enough. And to see the look of shock on the Scribanti guys when, no, what happened? The drama of motor racing never, ever stops. So we need to find, right behind us, if you check out here, motor racing is run by officials. So officials official. And they're busy officialing now, reviewing the footage. And they walk away just as we get there. But in the meantime, let's talk to Eric. Eric, from a timing point of view, I mean, it's been really close, and it's been a fantastic day's racing.
Yeah, no, it has been really good. You know, pity Franco's just seemed a little bit slower on that run, and Ian put in a quickest time of the day for himself. So good tension, good race.
But there's still tension. We don't know.
Well, yeah, we've got to, you know, the normal story. You've got to wait for everything to be settled properly and rather review footage and come out with the right decision and make a hasty decision.
I saw what you did there. Thank you very much, Eric. It's always a pleasure dealing with you and your team. Eric runs the timing with his team. Fantastic guy. Absolutely. But so we just have to wait for the replay.
That's essentially it, yeah.
Right, here comes Ian. Thank you very much. And I didn't see any damage on the front. Franco Scribanti, so far, they think that he's second. But we don't know. Right behind our camera is where this review is happening. Robbie Walk, unbelievable performance in that Formula Ford with a 1600 engine, 106 horsepower, he tells us. And I think he was 5th overall. So we're waiting with bated breath to see what happens. And the way they normally do it is on the official timing. When you look at the timing, you'll see that a time has been deleted. I'm looking at the timing. They haven't made a decision yet. But as soon as they have, we will know. Let's see if we can have a quick word here with Ian. He's just got out of the car. Let's have a quick one. Ian, at the moment, it looks like you've got it done. Congratulations. But there's apparently a cone involved.
No.
You didn't touch it?
No.
Awesome. That is a mega surprise. The surprise of the look of surprise from your guys and the shock from the Scribanti guys was unbelievable.
Yeah, no, I didn't touch any cones.
You brought a proper car and you did the job.
That's right.
Well done.
Yeah.
Congratulations, Ian. Looks like for the timing screens tell us he's the winner. Let's go and have a look here. Cars up. They're going to put trolleys on underneath it because to move these things around is a huge mega mission. But they'll move it around. They'll get it into the pits. Let's go and talk to Franco and see if Franco can get a mask on, then we can talk to him. Chevron with two Hayabusa engines joined together in a V8, 2.9 liters of unbelievable power. Let's just cover this. While we're waiting, I think everybody's quite stunned.
With what, Uncle Colin?
With the how close it was, number one, and guys were expecting Franco to be ahead.
Yeah, 100%. Franco had a couple of issues here and there, but I think he will.
Yeah. Franco, that was a reasonable run. You're not happy because you don't like coming second?
No, we don't like coming second, but I mean, this is definitely not my best. I had one or two mistakes there I'm a bit annoyed with myself about, but last run he was better, and that's life, eh?
But it was a lacquer, I mean, a beautiful race where everybody together.
Yeah, no, it's competitive, eh? Definitely, yeah.
Awesome.
Thanks,
See you tomorrow.
Thank you.
So tomorrow he'll be back for the fight. Enzo Kuhn in the Lola T70. But get there, we're going to turn around and go straight here to Graham Nathan, who's going to put a mask on. Graham, will you put a mask on, please? Graham Nason, they call you Grump. Spectacular run. You certainly win the Burnout of the Year prize.
Thank you very much. Yeah, it was an amazing weekend. Yeah, it's just every time we come here, it's just awesome.
And it's a privilege and a huge responsibility driving these old cars that have got so much character, so much emotion. They bring tears to grown men's eyes.
Really? Responsibility? I just drive the shit out of this thing. No, it's because it can do it. Yeah, I agree with you. Yeah, the cars are amazing. The guys have spent a lot of time, a lot of effort. They're worth a lot. So a lot of respect to the owners who let us abuse these motor cars. But yeah, it just shows you that there's love and passion in history all over the place.
Graham, thank you for entertaining us. We loved it.
Pleasure, anytime.
He is the entertainer. Eric, what news have you got?
He clipped the cone. So
is this official?
Official. You can go and have an interview with Sparky, but
so that will mean if we go to our timing, it should be removed. Wow, straight from the horse's mouth. And what a horse he is. We have to check. And then we
chasing
go
that force 46.
Let's have a look at the replay and then
chasing that force.
Right, we can see clearly, so they've got the winner. We need to find Sparky. And yeah, I think, look, guys, can we go to Arnie just after we've spoken to a couple of the other guys? I want to wait a little bit more until we know more about this, but let's talk to Enzo Kuhn, who's in the background, and see if we can get him to have a chat with us. But for now, it looks like Franco Scribanti is the winner. Let us get him. Enzo, can you put a mask on? If you can put a mask on, we can talk to you on TV. Driver of the Lola. Lola T70, absolutely magnificent car. You saw it with the door a little bit open. It's because he is so tall. Tallest race drivers in South Africa. And they modified it. They modified it to get you in so your head wasn't all crook.
Correct. No, there's no way I was going to fit in here. But, you know, that's what happens when you run your friend's car. He was trusted me enough to give me the car for the day. Served me well. I'm very thankful to Clive Corder, who owns and built this car. And most happy to give it back to him unscathed.
That's quite an achievement.
It is one, yeah. It's quite nervous I was through the day, but the car's brilliant. It's actually easy to drive. I can see why they built these as endurance cars in the 70s. I mean, you could sit in it for a day and do a couple of laps, a couple of hours.
And you had fun?
I had a lot of fun. I mean, it's so nice to be motorsports in our blood.
And you brought out your old factory Volkswagen rally driver overall earlier.
It's there. It's underneath. It's in my DNA. It comes to you when you sit in the car. And I was going faster every run and thinking, hold on, this is not your car. But you know, it comes back to you quickly. We live and breathe motorsport at the end of the day.
Awesome. Thank you, Enzo. Been a privilege to watch. Now, let's go to, here he is, and have a quick word with him. He's busy with another chat at the moment, but it turns out, Quivers, that you're the winners.
Yeah, I believe so, Uncle Colin.
But I know you're happy because winning is always good. Can you tell your face?
Excuse me? Can I tell my face?
Can you tell your face you're happy? Put a smile.
Yeah. I would have liked a rerun, you know, do a final rerun, but unfortunately we won't be able to do that.
Yeah, look, life's about following inside the rules wherever they are. You spoke about the cones earlier, and it turns out that it was a major influence.
Yeah, it is, Uncle Colin. So luckily, yeah, you know, you don't want to win that way, but a win is a win, and we'll take it home again.
Awesome! Congratulations on another win at Classic Car Friday.
Thank you very much, Uncle Colin.
Right, here he is. Congratulations, Franco Scriventi.
Congratulations.
And second time winner in a row, 2 years consecutively. You bring a different chevron, and you did the job.
Yeah, we kind of did the job. I mean, I don't like to win like this where the guy gets penalised, you know. So he deserved probably more to win than me on that final run because I made a couple of errors that I wasn't happy with. And, you know, if you don't do it all when the time counts, you don't deserve to win. Unfortunately, he's been penalised. Those are the rules. And sometimes you're lucky, sometimes you're unlucky. So today I'm lucky, although I'm not really that happy. Yeah.
It's actually quite a magnanimous attitude where, as a sportsman, you want a clean fight to go in there and still prevail.
Yes, you do. You know, I actually thought they were going to just laugh it off, but I can see where they're coming from. When the big guns come out tomorrow, there's going to be no laughing off anything. So, although this is more casual and you could laugh it off, they probably think if we set a precedent and the same thing happens in the final tomorrow, there'll be a furore, you know.
Yeah, awesome. You're looking forward to tomorrow and Sunday with the that awesome GTR that you've got?
Yeah. That's this is to get our eye in, and that's the real deal. So let's go.
Awesome. Thank you, Franco, and congratulations again.
Thanks, Colin.
Right, let's see if we can get a reaction from Ian Schofield, who I would imagine is not entirely happy. But let's see if we can see Robbie Walk and Stuart Thompson. At the moment, we haven't got him because I think he's got... Mr. Thompson, is he here? Yes, he is. No, that's Stuart Thompson. Let's have a quick word. Stu? Looking for Ian, he's not around.
I think he's gone to have a chat to Sparky, Colin, just to firm up exactly what the penalty was for.
Okay, I'm told that there was some footage that shows one of these pole thingies being touched.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Ian's fairly sure he didn't touch anything, so...
Okay, awesome. So at the moment we...
let's wait and see. Yeah, indeed.
Lovely. Thank you, Stuart. There you go. It's like Christmas is cancelled for some and Christmas is not cancelled for others, and the other guys don't know when it's going to come. So for now, I don't know what's going to happen. We're going to try and we're going to find some official who's busy officialing. But the official timekeepers gave us the message that he did clip a pylon. And clipping a pylon as part of the rules means that you lose the time of your run, which puts you Norman nowhere. But for now, I'm hoping that Arnie is still in the booth and he can sum us up for this day's action, which has been unbelievable. And Arnie is in the booth. So Arnie, please take it away.
Thanks very much, Colin. Yeah, unfortunately, that is one of those things. So we can debate this and arm wrestle about it, but unfortunately, he did clip it, and Franco hit it earlier in the day, and the run was discounted. So you have to be consequential about this. It is the way that it's supposed to be.
Yeah, and a very generous perspective there from Franco, who said that he preferred not to win this way. You know, he would have preferred a fair fight up the hill. And that's a very generous, offering to Ian. Although I think that it's not going to be enough. It's going to be a bit of a plaster on the wound, unfortunately.
Yeah.
But Ian, apparently, we're told is chatting to the clerk of the course. I wonder if we should hang around until we get that final answer.
Yeah, very much so. We definitely will. We definitely will. So someone made the suggestion there that it would have been nice if they were able to race off. And unfortunately, the problem with that is even if they went to the clerk of the course, and here we go, here's the whole run again. So we can have a look at this and see exactly how it goes, all clean through there.
So here's the offending cone. It's the second one from the left.
Next corner.
Next corner.
Here we go.
You can
so
actually
look,
see it there. It is leaning.
Leaning a tad, although he hits it. That is, look, there's that over there,
and then the camera changes.
There's the hit. So he smacks it there, and unfortunately that is, he's hit that at the base
Yeah, I think you're right, Arnie. It's even though the policeman's leaning into the track there, he has hit it quite substantially, and as you pointed out, they are spring-loaded, so they bounce back. But that is a fairly firm strike on that pool noodle there.
Yeah, if he was 10-pin bowling, it would have been a complete strike.
And I think, you know, a credit to Schofield, you know, at that point he's probably doing 180 k's an hour. He's got a lot going on, you know. He might have genuinely missed the fact that he hit that noodle. And
I don't think you'd know if you hit it, because it didn't look like the front wheel hit it. It looked like the back wheel hit it.
Yeah.
And he wouldn't have known. There's no way that he was trying to cheat it. He just didn't know.
Yeah, and it is a pity. And like we were saying off air, though, really great that Schofield was here in the Minardi, because Franco in the Chevron was a good 5 seconds ahead of everyone else.
Yeah.
And so if Schofield wasn't here, Franco would have had no one to race against, and that wouldn't have been fun either, you know, and he wouldn't have enjoyed that. He's a competitor. He wants to be pushed up the hill by someone else. So it's been great for the fans to see these two cars go head-to-head.
And in the end, very little in it. But then, of course, this was pointed out, and rules are rules in the end. So Franco Scribante, the defending champion in the Classic Car Friday results from 2019, is the champion yet again. Although it would have been lovely to have seen the two perhaps have another pass at it, but I guess that is not catered for in the rules either in the long term.
Indeed. And as Franco pointed out, they have to apply the rules consistently. If something happens in the final tomorrow and something similar, and they don't apply the rules consistently, there'll be uproar, and it just won't be terribly fair. So the rules are the rules, and racing needs some rules, otherwise it's a free-for-all. And that's where we've got to. Some people obviously going to be at the pub tonight drinking, for drowning their sorrows.
One half celebrating, the other half drowning their sorrows.
Unfortunately, well, I can recommend the oysters. That always picks up my mood personally. So.
I hear you indeed. Yeah, I don't think we've quite heard the end of it, and I don't mean this in a negative way, but unfortunately that is the law. That's the way it stands. It is, though, it puts a little bit of a blight on it, because as Franco said, that's the last way you want to win. But by the same token, that's sport, isn't it?
I think so, and you know, the next running of the competition will hopefully be very soon, and we'd of course love to see the Minardi back, and hopefully it will come back, piloted by Ian Schofield. So, and I think that it's raised the bar of this competition, the Friday competition, because if we look at your times there, Arnie, we're a good 3 seconds down on the 2019 winning results. 3 seconds up here is a lifetime.
It is.
So they've really raised the bar, and I think Schofield can be proud of that as well. And also just, you know, from a race fan such as myself, a petrol head such as myself, a casual observer, it has been unbelievably exciting to see a real Formula One car go up the hill. So a big hearty thank you from myself, and of course all petrol heads out there for running the car for us today.
Fully agree. No, fully agree. Whether there was a win or not, it really doesn't matter. It was an absolute thrill to listen to it, to watch it, and even the way that it was prepared and that they went about it. And it's been amazing. So really is fantastic. Your thoughts on some of the older and classic cars that we've seen as well? How beautiful to see them. Some of them dating back to Second World War. Just amazing.
I particularly loved seeing that Mustang. What did you say? It had a 7-liter engine, eh? Yeah. And then I think Colin said it had a 1,000 horsepower, a supercharged V8. 1,000 horsepower Mustang, wow, that ticks a lot of boxes for me, you know. I enjoyed seeing that a hell of a lot, and some very pretty cars as well. Beautiful to see the D-Type out in the hands of Brian Bruce. That was lovely to see as well. No, just a real smorgasbord out here of fine classics, and I really hope that the audience out there enjoyed it. We've tried to get our Cars.co.za audience onto the stream and to help them enjoy it as well. And I really, really do think that today was a special day of racing in South Africa.
Very much so. Yeah, I also think that what we've seen throughout from the very first cars that went off, which dates from 1935 all the way through to this beautiful Formula One vehicle, just gives you, you use the term smorgasbord, it gives you such a beautiful look at how motoring has changed over all the years, and also how safety has changed, hasn't it?
Yeah, yeah. I mean, I've been watching a fair bit of Formula One. Went off it and on it and off it and on it again. But you know, if you look at the way those guys sit in the cars now, you barely just see their eyes, really, you know, through their helmet. They're so low in that car, and obviously that's to protect them. And the car that Andrew Schofield brought here today, you look at how exposed that driver is in that car, you know, and how scary that must have been, and how brave you would have needed to have been to race a car like that. So I think for Formula One fans out there, of which there are many, to see a car like that racing in its original form, in its original livery, would have been a real treat today, a real treat. And there was a great documentary where Mick Schumacher drove his dad's first car. Don't know if you caught that on the weekend.
I just saw someone mentioning it, yeah.
The Jordan. And if I'm not mistaken, it was the same era, definitely the same era, if not the same year as this Minardi.
89.
Yeah. Looked very, very similar in its construction. So I think it was of the same time. And you know, some of the greats of the sport were built at that time. You know, some of the greatest names in the history of the sport. So a real pleasure to see those cars out here. And I personally always enjoy seeing Franco Scribante's Chevron. I love the noise it makes. You know, a small displacement V8 has just got a very unique sound.
Yeah.
And I think that's a real crowd pleaser as well.
Crowd pleaser, it certainly was, even though there was a little bit of heartbreak at the end of it all. It was one heck of a showdown between the two fastest cars in the end, and sub 40. So there is the penalty form. Actually, let's go to Colin and let him tell us exactly what he's got in front of him there. Colin, read us the whole story, please.
Arnold. Oh, this is super interesting. This is the official communication. This is what we've been waiting for. And it says final lap of the top 10. The issue, the offense, is exceeding track limits, and the penalty for exceeding those track limits issued at 15 hours 27, signed by Sparky and everybody who counts here, is the time is deleted. So therefore, Schofield will finish in 10th position, and the winner, as we thought, as we initially kind of knew, is Franco Scribante in the Chevron, powered by Suzuki. I think it's an unreal. It's been nail biting. I haven't got any nails left. I haven't got any hairs gone back because I'm like a kid in a sweet shop. It's been magnificent. It's brought back emotions forever. Arnold, tell us your thoughts on what has been a magnificent, fast, fantastic Classic Car Friday.
Thanks, Colin. You must admire, Colin is one of the most enthusiastic motoring men out there. Got to love it. Yeah, unfortunately, well, we saw the piece of paper, and that, unfortunately, is that all the way from hero to zero in a matter of just a second or two, and something that probably, look, he was trying to get the most out of the track. That's, you have to say, he was squeezing as hard as he could, and he squeezed that much too hard.
Oh, I'm gutted for him, hey? And you heard his closest competitor there, Franco Scribante, saying that he himself made some runs up the hill, and he said Schofield did a fantastic job on that particular run. So no more higher praise than that from your nearest competitor. So I am gutted for him because he did a fantastic job in that car. And we were pointing out that his tires would have been a little bit cold because of the delay just before he went out. So he really, really got the most out of that car. And unfortunately, just not his day. And that is motor racing.
Unfortunately, that is the story of the day. However, there's still tomorrow and the day after that when we fight out the King of the Hill for 2021 here at Simola. So we really thank you for your company. We're back tomorrow just before 9 o'clock, and then there's 2 more great days of racing. If you've enjoyed this, You ain't seen nothing yet, as the saying goes. So, Ciro De Siena, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank
Really
you, sir.
lucky to have worked with you today. It has been awesome.
Awesome. Thank you.
And to Colin and the whole team down there in the pits, who've done an unbelievable job as well. We really thank you. So, on behalf of the whole crew, I'm Arnold Geert saying thanks for watching. Look forward to seeing you tomorrow.
Hi, I'm Daniel. And yeah, welcome to my crib. I've been around since a long time. I can remember it like it was yesterday. It was the 13th of April, 1988. I was 10, and Suzuki just launched its first ever compact SUV. Vitara.
That's when this whole thing started. Since then, it has just been Vitara, Vitara, Vitara.
He used to be a bit of a shy boy, but after that day, life changed.
Anything Vitara. And it was like he was a different person. The Daniel experience, we called it.
It was still our little Daniel, just better.
Yeah.